Thank you, Munetsi.
Okay. Tabo, put the agenda. Let's just wait for another 2, 4, 5 minutes. People are still joining. Um, good morning, colleagues. Good morning. Good morning. Um, the numbers are going up. So far, we're on 370, 373. Let's just wait another 2 minutes. We'll start at 5 past. Thank you. Right, it's now 10:07. Thank you very much. I'm sure we have got our numbers increasing, but we cannot hold on. We will need to start. So today, the purpose of today's engagement. Okay, let me just introduce my name. My name is Munetsi. My name is Munetsi Chunda. I'm responsible for organizational performance and ICT service SACAP. On the panel here, I'm gonna introduce my panel. Today, I do have got our counselor, Pailani, who is responsible for IDoW. We also have got our member of IDoW, Mr. Franz Decker. They will introduce themselves when themselves. But let me just give you a background of the purpose of today's webinar. The purpose of today's webinar is to highlight and explain the new metrics that we have on the IDoW. We have gone to the profession and here all other building topologies that were not included, we have included them in this IDoW. So the purpose for this webinar today is to give you feedback, explain what have been added, what are the new categories that have been added, and others have shifted, others has moved from one point to another. It is a well-packed presentation, which is too technical. Please, I want you to pay attention, as well as if you have got any questions, all the questions will be addressed at the end of the webinar. That being said, I would like to introduce my panelists and hand over to Councillor Pailani to introduce himself. Then I will introduce, give Mr. Decker the opportunity to introduce himself. Mr. Pailani, just introduce yourself, then I will. Oh no, you are muted, my leader. I can see you are speaking, but you are muted.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Munetsi. Thank you, colleagues. My name is Vusi Pailade. I'm a professional architect, a council member with SACAP, and I'm chairing Identification of Work Committee. Today we'll be discussing feedback on IDoW. We'll unpack as we start the presentation. Okay, back to you, Munetsi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pailani. Mr. Decker, just your introduction.
Good day all. My name is Franz Decker. I'm involved with one of the VAs, but on this committee I'm impartial. Quite a number of years now on the Identification of Work Committee. Was involved in the first IDFWs that were presented many years ago, and then the current one, and then also this new one. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my panelists. Without us spending time, let me hand over to Councillor Pailani to take us through. After his presentation, we'll then open for questions. Thank you. Over to you, my leader.
Okay, thank you, Munetsi. Thank you, colleagues, and welcome to all the 650 participants. It's really an honor to be standing in front of the architectural profession and present the work that we do in SACAP. I chair the Identification of Work Committee. Today we'll be giving you feedback on the work we've done thus far on IDoW policy, engagements with other stakeholders, and the status really of the IDoW policy, and approximately when we'll be gazetting that. So this morning, Mr. Decker is also a panelist, and he will also just unpack the building matrix the various building types, the newer building types that will form part of the building occupancies. So the initial part of the presentation, if I can start sharing Tabo, I'm gonna switch off my video also. Okay. Is that visible?
Chair, I can see your screen.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, colleagues. So to all the participants this morning, this is a 0.4 category 1 validated CPD course by SACAP. So it's an educational program. We may need to unpack some of the justifications into IDoW so that for those who don't understand how it was formulated, so that it's clear to everyone that it's not something that was done arbitrarily. So this morning, we'll be giving feedback on the amendments to IDoW, the work we've done thus far. So we'll really be unpacking the building occupancies towards the end of the presentation. And the core mandate of SACAP is to protect the public by regulating the architectural profession. And, you know, there were concerns felt SACAP's presence isn't quite felt, but you know, we need to remember what our core mandate is, which is really protecting the public by regulating the architectural profession within the ambit of the Constitution. So in terms of contents, some of the items I'll be touching on, obviously, we'll talk to the engagement with other stakeholders, those consultations, the consultations we've had with yourselves as the profession in terms of webinars which were held, engagement we've had with CBE, and also at high level, we'll look into comparisons of various qualifications, also at high level, project complexity presentation, and then look at the building occupancies. Mr. Decker will then also just unpack each building type and describe how these were formulated. Okay, so the legislative framework that IDoW relies on is the CBE Act, the Architectural Professions Act, a policy on IDoW. These are available on our website, the SACAP website, the Competitions Act, the Constitution of SA Act, and the Competition Act. Okay. So in terms of the Constitution, Section 22 grants every citizen the right to choose their trade, occupation, profession, and that trade occupation must be regulated by law. And so when you are practicing as an architect, that trade has to be regulated by law. Hence SACAP, who's granted powers by Parliament, must regulate the profession, ensuring compliance. So Parliament had delegated some of these legislative powers to mechanisms that we've formulated is IDoW, which really looks at how we regulate the profession. by protecting the, the category of registration, and really ensuring that suitably qualified, competent persons can do the work that they are qualified to do. To avoid instances of, buildings collapsing and people dying. So Section 24 grants every citizen the right to an environment that's not harmful, their health and well-being, to have an environment that's protected, benefiting future generations. SACEP's role again is to ensure that, relying on the Act, that regulatory mechanisms are put in place to ensure that the environment is protected and future generations' environments is taken care of. So the initial IDoW publication was 2007. We've had subsequent engagements with CBE and the Competitions Commission SA to ensure that there aren't any exclusionary or restrictive policies that are in place, to restrict those who, to restrict the lower categories of registration. So essentially, we've had these engagements with CBE and Competition Commission to ensure that there's no restriction, there's no exclusions of those who are practicing. We still have issues relating to unregistered persons, issues relating to dual registrations, which we continue to engage them with. But issues relating to transformation within the industry, that has been dealt with. So we've consulted really a voluntary association, any person, anybody within the industry who's affected by these laws regulating the built environment. We've had webinars with yourselves. We've engaged government departments. We've engaged our stakeholders to ensure that formulation of IDoW is transformative, but also ensuring that it isn't restrictive or exclusionary. So we've had these engagements and consultation process, engagement with everyone within the industry. So after the process of consultation, CBE needs to identify the work, the scope of work, obviously in consultation with SACEP. We've had engagement with representatives from CBE. Later on in the slides, we'll unpack some of the feedback we've received from CBE in terms of how best they can improve IDoW. Some of these issues relate to dual registration, dispute mechanism, issues relating to unregistered persons, and RPL. So CBE needs to determine the policy regarding IDoW for different categories of registered persons. CBE also needs to consult anyone within the industry, and this is provided within the CBE Act. CBE is in a process of engaging the Competition Commission. At our last engagement, we've agreed that SACEP would have a representative in those engagements with CCSA, so as to ensure that any misunderstanding or confusion relating to how IDoW is perceived, those may be cleared. So CBE still has to consult the Competition Commission. We also may need to consult the Competition Commission out of courtesy, but really our engagement with CBE has somewhat concluded the work which the IDoW committee was doing. You'll see in the later slides the comments we've received from CBE. So our engagement with CCSA, we showed them some of these transformative mechanisms, such as RPL, special consent, and limited special dispensation. All these mechanisms we introduced as SACAP have been implemented. LSD had a lot of applicants. RPL and special consent is still ongoing. We're still receiving applicants and assessing candidates in terms of upgrading them to higher category. So in essence, transformative mechanisms developed by the current council are still in place, and they are transforming the architectural profession. So we've had meetings with CBE. Those meetings are ongoing. In the CBE has had engagements with Competition Commission, and their engagement in the past would tend to be hostile. Hence, we recommended that a representative from SACAP should form part of those engagements and ensuring that IDoW is fully or clearly unpacked to a layman. So talking to obviously issues of, excuse me. Yeah, so obviously talking to issues of transformative mechanisms, issues of gatekeeping, which may be perceived by others. Because IDoW is really there in place to ensure suitably qualified people can do their work. Competent people who are qualified should do the work that they're trained for. So this is prehistoric, but in essence, it tells us that CBE Council had approved IDoW mechanisms. These are in place and have been implemented. We have an MOU with the Competition Commission SA. This MOU looks at collaboration and looking into issues of exclusion, restriction, and issues of others being prohibited in doing work. Particularly persons working in residential estates. So we are working a lot there with the Competition Commission who've been upgraded but cannot practice that those issues are dealt with. So we have published IDoW policy. It's in place under the above Gazette number. Subsequently, we published the codicil to clarify, some of the terms which were not quite clear in the document. Some of these terms would be simple double story, or which were quite confusing to building inspectors who were you know, enforcing or compliance at local municipalities. So it makes their work difficult. A codicil was then put in place to ensure that some of the terms that are in the IDoW policy are clearly defined. Ambiguous terms are also simplified so that it's easier for RP and building inspectors to ensure compliance. Okay, so this slide here is what really is about today's presentation, because it relates to feedback on the IDoW policy. All right, so we had an engagement with CBE, legal representatives from CBE. We discussed issues of dual registration and dispute resolution, which were suggested to be included in the IDoW policy. CBE had a concern with the inclusion of unregistered persons. How do we cater for unregistered persons? That's a big concern for CBE. The other concern was the status of IDoW policy document being amended based on feedback commission. So there were concerns with whether, you know, similar to EXA, whom has published a number of gazettes in terms of regulating the profession and their IDoW. So CBE was of the view that SACEP may be publishing a number of documents to regulate the profession. This was also clarified to them. The concern with exclusionary practices in the built environment, particularly with unregistered persons, how unregistered persons are not catered for in terms of RPL. RPL, as you may know, is intended for registered persons. So CBE had a, you know, a serious concern with how we deal with unregistered people. And our position as SACEP relating to unregistered persons, if you look at Section 26 of the Act, unregistered persons aren't prohibited from performing architectural work. The work performed must be done under direction, control, supervision of a registered person entitled to perform the identified work, and who must assume the professional responsibility for any work performed. It's important we have collaborations between unregistered and registered persons, and to ensure that buildings don't collapse. So our engagement with CBE really dealt with these issues and how we can improve the IDoW policy to accommodate unregistered persons. And ours really is, you know, we are sticking to Section 26.4. You know, they can do the work provided you are working with others who are registered and who's going to assume their professional responsibility. Okay, so colleagues, this is a CPD validated course. So we will go at high level and look at how IDoW is formulated and justified. But the previous slides I discussed earlier were really to try and paint a picture in terms of where we are with IDoW publication. So according to SACAP, IDoW has really gone through the process of consultation, including yourselves, including architectural learning sites, heads of schools, government departments. So we've really tried to, accommodate all our stakeholders in formulating IDoW. So the status so far, we've consulted. We are going to discuss publication with Competition Commission South Africa and see if there are any concerns raised there. I did allude to you earlier that the only concern we may be facing relates to unregistered persons and how we accommodate them. Okay, so I'm proceeding along with my slides. The next slide looks at how I do having different categories of registration aligned to outputs as per qualification or training. So these are the NQF levels. You'll see they are all different, obviously based on credits, number of years at a architectural learning site. Okay, project complexity. I'm going to go through this at high level. I did indicate that this is a CPD course that's validated by SACAP. Project complexity, high level. So each profession of project complexity, complexity was introduced in various forms as early as 2007. Complexity of the project, square meterage, and site sensitivity. These were some of the items under project complexity. So the current IDoW framework is entirely new. It is not a revision of previous frameworks. And the difference is the interpretation of project complexity, which doesn't look at square meterage, but looks at factors relating to the complexity of different building types. Complexity factors at high level, you have in front of me 6. These complexity factors are utilized or they form part of the 10 SACAP competencies, namely utility structure, building technologies, building services, urban context, OHS. So utility refers to a program, single use would simple program, multiple use is a complex program, mixed use is a range of uses. This is defining utility and how it's broken down into different categories, single, multiple, and mixed. Note that these become complex as the number of usage increases. Structure, single story is conventional, standard, simple. You also have multiple story structures, non-conventional structures, which are a lot more complex and requiring rational design. Building technologies, this requires, at a high level, would require indigenous technologies high-tech technologies. However, at a basic standard level, building technologies, would really be conventional building technologies. So that's complexity factor 3. Complexity factor 4, building services. Again, the greater the number of services, the greater the complexity. There's a differentiation in terms of how building services are identified. Urban context, the greater the social impact or cultural heritage, the greater the significance of a site. So, a residential dwelling doesn't have as much significance in terms of social, cultural heritage and environmental impact as, when you compare to a museum or a church or a community center. So, how a building responds, a single dwelling for a family would be different in terms of impact. OHS, again, there's RPs need to show an awareness of OHS. Complexity ratings, there's 3 of them, A, B, and C, high, medium, low. Colleagues, I'm going at high level here. These slides had been presented in the past, but for the benefit of those who are joining us for the first time, the presentation will be shared. So a low complexity project would be, simple, low, standard, low technology, doesn't require rational design. It's uncomplicated and it's low impact. This is a low complexity project with a rating of C. Medium complexity projects, these are medium performance. They are still uncomplicated. Example would be simple double stories, medium impact, medium complexity projects. And then you have high complexity projects. These, there's a correlation between high complexity project and a project which has greater social and cultural impact because of, it's high complexity projects ordinarily are large, complicated, and they have a significant impact. And they are specialized and they are large, complicated, requiring consultants and yeah. So that's complexity rating of an A. So high complexity rating here, that's A, medium complexity rating, B, lower complexity rating, C. Surface car park would be complexity rating C. Commercial high complexity rating, multi-story underground car park. Because it's more complex, it requires rational design. So competency and how we determine that for professionals. So that's determined by 2 factors, academic training and practice. For RPL assessments, we look at experience, previous projects, and really how the candidates demonstrate the understanding to unpack the 10 SACEP competencies. So your experience in dealing with those 10 SACEP competencies would then determine whether you are upgraded or not. But also your academic training will then say whether you are a draftsperson or technologist. Again, NQF levels training. Okay, so here are the 10 SACEP competencies. So this is the second framework of reference for an assessment. Okay. Competencies must allow an architectural profession to compete at and operate internationally. The benchmarking with competencies out by other international validating agencies. Okay, learning proficiencies for each category of professional. You need to demonstrate awareness, knowledge, understanding, ability, dealing with various SACEP competencies. This matrix is utilized in assessing RPL candidates. We'll go at it at high level. So for these three competencies, which is architectural design, environmental relation, construction technology, building services, we'll look at those competencies for various categories of registration. So for the first competency, persons need to have the knowledge. Architectural technologists, they need to demonstrate an understanding ability to deal with the issues relating to architectural design. Whereas senior architectural technologists, a lot more is required from them, relate, in terms of dealing with architectural design. They need to demonstrate the ability to deal with certain issues relating to architectural design. This may be cultural, environmental, and so forth. Architects, on the other hand, dealing with competency of architectural design, they need to demonstrate the ability to deal with complex building structures. Environmental relations, persons only need to demonstrate an awareness of environmental relations. Technologists similarly, whereas senior architectural technologists and architects need to have an understanding, the ability to deal with issues of environmental relations. In as much as though you are working in collaboration with others or within a consultant team, you still need to demonstrate that you are aware and you understand and you are able to unpack issues relating to environmental relations as an architect and a senior architectural technologist. Construction technology, which is a a, a, a requirement for draftspersons. Here, they need to have the ability to deal with technical details, issues of construction and how structures are put together. Draftspersons need to know that, even though it's simple conventional structures, they still need to have an ability to unpack construction technology. Similarly, technologists and architect, you need to have the ability to deal with how you take a building from concept and then that becomes a construction. Building services, draftspersons need to have awareness, understanding. Architects must have the ability to deal with building services, related technologies, and how they, collaborate with others or coordinate the consulting team to deal with those building services. Education, competencies, and complexity factors. and how all these are correlated. How are these then forming building categories for all these different registered persons? How is education and the competencies we've discussed earlier and the complexity factors, how are those determining who does what? So you will see architects, senior architectural technologists as indicated on screen. So a correlation of complexity factors uh, determines actually how each category of registration can deal with a specific building type. So you'll see with an architect, they're dealing with complexity ratings of A, which is high complexity buildings or those that require rational design, whereas senior architectural technologists would deal with medium to high complexity complexity ratings. Draftspersons are predominantly dealing with complexity rating of Cs, which is a low complexity rating, which are really conventional building structures, which don't require rational design and have minimal social and cultural impact. So really, it's a correlation of these complexity ratings, which determines and also aligned to academic training and practice-based experience. So skills required to perform competencies and skills required to perform architectural work, the education, competence, project complexity factors, which we looked at earlier, and how these are correlated for each category of registration. Building type is shown in Schedule 1, complexity rating of building types in the IDoW. Okay, so that's how competency and skills required to perform architectural work is determined. Okay, we've been to the slide earlier. Surface car park, which is conventional, simple design, complexity rating of C. Commercial high multi-story underground car park has a high complexity rating. So project complexity and professional competency, a higher level of project complexity will require a correspondingly greater level of professional competency. Basically, to deal with a project that has a greater social impact, environmental impact or cultural impact, would require that a person their professional competency is greater, or they are in terms of their training and or education and NQF levels, that would be greater because now they are dealing with a lot more complex building type. Okay, we've been to the slide. Basically, it's a correlation of these building ratings, which then determines the category of registration that can deal with a specific building. Specific building would be a different, would have different complexity factors, which is low, medium, high. Okay, so surface car park, which has a complexity rating of a C of low complexity rating, which doesn't require rational design. It's simple. It's standards and code. It's conventional. So it's very simplified. That doesn't, it has a complexity rating of a C. Underground car park has a complexity rating of high and medium. Hence, we have senior architectural technologist and professional architectural technologist. Colleagues, I must state that during our engagement with heads of schools and the education committee, it was, collectively agreed in terms of these ratings to identify which category of registration can do a specific building. Okay. Okay. Project complexity and professional competency, a high level. Okay, so we've been, okay, I'm going back. Okay. All right, so that's a surface car park, multi-story underground car park. Okay, that's the difference. I'm just going to unpack high level again, RPL mechanism. I still have time. So the mechanisms that had been presented to the Competition Commission SA are the following, which are still in place except limited special dispensation. These are RPL, special consent, and LS, limited special dispensation, which are intended for different registered persons, and these mechanisms are in place and are being implemented by SACEP. And really the intention is to transform the profession and deal with the issue of gatekeeping and the issue of prohibiting people from doing other types of buildings. So we are happy that these mechanisms are in place. All right, so that's a process which one needs to undertake to apply for RPL special consent. This process is available on the SACEP website, but it's here for your information and how you can apply. Okay, so now we are going into the building occupancies. Mr. Decker is going to go into specific building types. Okay, I can see we already have a hand, and we'll deal with that during the question session. Okay, so building occupancies and the current IDoW board notice. So the stark difference between these two is during the limited special dispensation assessment, SACEP was made aware that there are some building types that are not accommodated in the current IDoW board notice. And as such, it made the work of the implementing agents who are enforcing IDoW at local municipalities difficult because certain building types were not included, such as petrol stations. Some mixed-use building types were not included, and some of the building types that had been there were no longer relevant in terms of the types of buildings that are developed currently in South Africa. Those building types are not relevant in terms of they are not in usage anymore. So we then looked at these other building types. So this is the difference between the two building occupancies and the current board notice. Both rely and are justified by the correlation of complexity factors. You have low, medium, and high complexity building types, as shown in the building occupancies. So the building occupancy would have a lot more building types as compared to the current IDoW board notice, which has limited number of buildings, and some of them are outdated and no longer relevant. So this is a list of the building occupancies, which Mr. Decker is now going to unpack once we've done the questions and answers session. Okay. Thank you, Munetsi. Thank you. Back to you. Mr. Munetsi. Okay, so yes, we are now doing the questions and answers session. We have a hand raised, I think Priyanka Prem. And then once we're done, we'll allow Mr. Decker to proceed with his presentation. All right, so I'm gonna stop sharing. Okay, all right, so yes, I have a number of hands raised. I'm going to start with Priyanka, followed by Leon, and then Makang in that order. The floor is yours, Priyanka. You are muted. Okay, let's proceed. Leon, you can pose your question.
Good day. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is related to the complexity of residential units. And our challenge that we are having in the industry, in the built environment, is various PR arcs are part of design review panels in various housing estates. And they are advising many of these homeowners association that anyone below is not controlled. The IDoW is clearly saying that it's a category C, it's a low complex design or project. So how do we handle something like that? Thank you so much.
Which teams? Thank you, Leon. So your query relates to
the one I'm seeing here is
complexity residential units and how
you have looked in on a separate device other than this one.
Munetsi, can you mute? Okay. Please mute Munetsi. Okay. So and how these professional
what I'm seeing here is
okay.
the number.
I'm not able to mute here.
And
all right. So Leon, your question, sorry about that. Your question relates to complexity residential units and how these professional architects who've been hired to sit in the boards or they are assessing plans are excluding you from practicing freely within those estates. So they shouldn't really be prohibiting lower categories from doing work within those estates. Draftspersons ordinarily are not allowed to do simple double stories. And however, if you have been upgraded or you've been granted exemption via a limited special dispensation, you ought to be allowed to do work within that estate. The MOU we have with the Competition Commission assists us in issues relating to residential estates who are, arbitrarily excluding lower categories of registration from practicing within those estates. Engagements we've had with the registrar, CCSA, and some residential estates, they've actually, agreed to, or to some of our concerns, to say draftspersons or those who've been granted exemption should be able to practice there. So, Leon, what I think you can do perhaps is share or send the registrar an email indicating the name of that residential estate. Because as I'm saying, we have an MOU with CCSA, and we can look into it, because there shouldn't really be, just excluding you from working there. I hope that's answered, Leon.
Chair, if you allow me, can I just make another comment? And it's
Yes.
something that I think professionals should be aware of. CSOS, that's the Community Schemes Ombud Service, published, I think it in July, quite groundbreaking regulations which do not allow at all HOAs, estates, etc., not to comply with national legislation. You can actually get something up to 10 years imprisonment as an administrator or somebody working for an estate and making a decision that is against national legislation or not allowing something. So that's also another avenue that consultants can use if they are restricted from doing such things, because that regulations explicitly forbid such things to happen.
Thank you, Mr. Decker.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Leon.
Mr. Chair, can that CSOS Gazette be sent out to all professionals as an example? And when we are dealing with certain estates, we can forward that as an example, because at the end of the day, we all do understand the law. But when you get to certain estates, plenty of our colleagues are rejected. They've lost clients. It has a financial impact on their lives. And, it's sad. I can't mention any names, but one of my friends' house is getting attached by the bank. And it's sad that homes and marriages have to break up because we financially can't stand our grounds. And a lot of this is because of the industry problems that we are experiencing. And I think we need to stand together. We need to not segregate for various reasons, and build up our nation by working together and in collaboration where possible, but not for certain reasons ring fencing a lot of work, and people are losing their lives. It's very sensitive, this topic, and it is we've even lost certain clients as well along the way, because the red tape is so bad in certain estates that the client doesn't want to wait for solving these matters. But I think a lot of us listening here today understand exactly where I'm coming from. And, some of us have the work and we are happy and grateful, but at the same time, there's hundreds or possibly thousands of architectural professions in our country that are suffering because of these kind of issues. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Leon, for highlighting the plight of registered persons who are, unnecessarily excluded from trading. Makang, you are next.
Oh no, it was by mistake, man. I'm sorry.
Okay.
No, I'm covered.
Thank you. Okay. All right. We'll do Nikki Way, Eugene, and Bevitt in that order.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible. Just two points on my side, or don't know if it's concerns or comments. The first one is mainly from a perspective of a client, whether it's a State Department that is basically hiring architects. It seems that the complexities are leaning more to projects that are new builds and not taking into consideration necessarily the scope of the project. For example, you might find a project that's been categorized in the IDoW as a low complexity project, and then another project is categorized as a high complexity project, for example, a hospital. I'm in agreement if the hospital is a new build, yes, it's a high complexity project, considering the multidisciplinary professionals that are involved and medical gases and whatever is required. However, if it's a project where it's not necessarily categorized as minor works, maybe renovations and repairs, maybe to facade, roof, flooring, etc., then I know we're not specifically speaking about fees, but then it also has an impact on now the guidelines of fees, because in a person that's working on a hospital but doing less complicated, low risk scope on a hospital would then be entitled to more fees than a person who is working on a more complicated new build. But because there might be complications because of the soil conditions, other conditions, there's many factors that could make an ordinarily low complex project to be now complex, but then that is not taken into consideration in terms of complexity. That's just my feel from the way that I've been reading the document.
Yeah.
And then and then the second point, then excuse me, is then again in terms of new build and renovations. For example, police stations and prisons, those are categorized for professional architects. So meaning that senior architectural technologists or technologists cannot work on those projects unsupervised. But then again, going back to the scope, sometimes the scope in that police station or that prison might be repairs and renovations, not necessarily a new build, where the work can be looked at as being the scope is not necessarily complicated or complex, and yet it is only set aside for professional architects. So I think mainly based on those 2 points, I think it seems to be leaning more on new builds in terms of looking at the complexities of projects rather than the actual scope of the project. Not obviously, yeah, I think mainly that's just my point, or maybe concern.
All right, thank you, Nikiwe. So you are asking perspective of client hiring architects, and your question is twofold. The first part relates to basically you are saying if it's a new build, then it's high complexity, whereas if it's alteration, restoration, or refurbishment, then the scope might not necessarily be high complexity. So the first part, which looks at a hospital, you're saying if an architect or working in a hospital is only doing alteration, then that work should not be regarded as high complexity because it might be minor works or it's very simplified, but not necessarily, because when you're working in a hospital facility or healthcare planning, you need to understand how the entire unit works. It could be housing for the elderly, which requires specific needs. and accommodation. Similarly, in a hospital, certain things, certain spaces have to be designed in a manner in which they relate to each other. So for one to be able to design in a hospital, in as much as though it's minor works, you still need to understand research. So I'm basically saying, Nigiwe, you cannot then say we're going to hire a lower category of a registered person because now the work identified is minor and it's low complexity. You would still need to understand how this small alteration fits into the entire hospital. Okay, that's my view. The second part, you you posed a query again relating to new build and renovations. Here you are looking at subs and prison facilities, and you are saying these have been identified for professional architects and senior architectural technologists. However, the scope of work can be done by, the lower categories of registration. So what I'm saying is you may be doing a small alteration in a multi-story building. And you need to have ability, understanding to dealing with structures of complex nature. It might be just a facade, but you need to understand how, in terms of those 10 CAP competencies, issues of heritage, does this facade have heritage significance? How do I deal with doing minor works on a facade? So I think although it's identified as prison and a police station, you would still need those higher categories to oversee the work so as to ensure that proper research is done. Okay, Eugene, you are next.
Hi there. Hope you guys can hear me. Like when we do building plans, like I'm an architectural draftsperson, and when I do a building plan, I used to be able to do double stories, which you guys now have restricted us to not being able to do double stories. But like my question is this: architects, technologists, they all cannot do a double story without a rational design or the supervision of an engineer. How come that regulation only applies to draftspeople? As we do have the supervision of a qualified engineer, not only do we go through the process of approval with the city, which is very intense nowadays, how do you guys come to the opinion that draftspeople cannot do research? Draftspeople can't make complex designs? Because I feel it's more an opinion than a fact, and that research is only available to a certain amount of people. Is this true? And also, at the same time, we're 600 people on this talk at the moment. South Africa is massive. How can you like restrict the amount of work to, I mean, if you just think about 600 people on this, to less people to do complex work, as we do have supervision when we do double stories. And trust me, double stories, we are mostly doing double stories in areas like Delft, Mitchell's Plain. These are the most poorest of the poorest you can find, where the only way they can get ahead is going double story. I understand the special dispensation that you guys have, and I've been doing it for 25 years. That special dispensation comes at a very high cost, which now only the draftsmen have to pay. I believe there is special dispensation with the architects and with the technologists, but for us, half of our work has been cut in half, just by that one local regulation saying we can't do double stories, even though we have to draw technical things, which we have been doing in every, I mean, our architect firms since the go had draftsmen drawing technical drawings, preparing plans, submitting to cities. All those technical things used to come from draftspeople, as the architects were very occupied with design and design processes. Now in this digital technology age, everything is available at the touch of a keypad, as when it comes to heritage significance, stormwater planning, you name it. It's all available online. And at the same time, we do have people supervising us when it comes to double story. So a lot of these laws and regulations you guys just put into this IDoW is very touchy-feely. It's very opinionated. Because somebody can just feel like my single story is way too complex because now I can't use an I-beam in my single story. I'm also now restricted to certain areas because once I step out of certain areas and I step in a more affluent area where people want more beautiful complex design, now you have a situation where you are basically taking the flow of basic free industry and pipelining it to a certain amount of people. I don't know, how do the other people feel about that?
Yes, Eugene, thank you for your query. I note the frustration you are having with the implementation of IDoW. Look, we are not saying draftspersons cannot research. With over 25 years of experience, I'm sure you can deal with technical issues. Here's what we are saying. We are saying for a new graduate who's just come out of university with a year's training in an architectural learning site with 120 credits plus 1 year work integrated training. Eugene, that person doesn't have enough experience to deal with high complexity factors. However, yourself with 25 years experience, you did allude to the dispensation being costly. There are mechanisms available for you to do double story. All we are saying is we want to avoid and limit, things that are putting the profession into disrepute, issues of building collapse, issues of unqualified people doing high complexity work, and clients, homeowners suffering due to negligence. So I'm saying you are qualified, you're competent, but we need to exempt you. We need to exempt your work and say you've gone through the process, you've gone through the dispensation, and now you are allowed to do these other building types that are outside your scope. Because if you look at a new graduate and yourself, I mean, a new graduate can't be allowed to do high complexity work.
So I do understand that new people coming in don't have that knowledge and that skill set. But SACAP actually covers all that by us going to all these seminars and all these, influence. And also, if they do work for, because why do you have then a draftsman category as you restrict them to such a point that they won't be able to take on work in the next 20 years because 99% of the houses that's going to go, it's going to be double stories and mostly city level. And I think you guys need to rethink on that one, because it's a case that that person that's coming in with your experience, I understand he still needs to learn a lot. But at the same time, he worked for architect firms. He did those details. He did those kind of things. He has an understanding. And then there's the process of the cities where they need to submit and go through all these red tapes. And it is a case that if a person, like, what blows my mind is also that, sorry, I'm still with you guys. Sorry, I'm going to be quick about
Yes,
it.
you're audible. Yes, we can hear you, Eugene.
So then, like, at the end of the day is, why is the draftsman being treated like, I mean, I feel like all draftsmen are being treated like they're just not part of architecture, even though the greatest architects of the olden days were draftspeople. I mean, like, really. And buildings collapsing. I mean, I just have to go into the news, and there's so many architects buildings collapsing on the news, and you don't even see 1% of these of draftspeople. But I'm not throwing stones here. I'm not throwing stones here. Don't get me wrong. I'm not throwing stones here.
Okay, thank you, Eugene. We note your concern. We have to move along.
Sorry. Thank you so much for just hearing me out. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Can we have Ms. Maya, Mr. Moideen, Ambani, Zachary, and Diaga Peta in that order? Eugene, please mute Eugene.
There's a Zachary that's also not muted.
Okay, yeah, Zachary, you can pose your question.
Hi, Zachary. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm not sure if this is the right platform, but just as far as the IDoW goes, there are still estates in the area that we work in that limits work to professional architects, even though it falls within our scope of works. Yeah, I'm not sure if you guys are doing anything to address that. I mean, are they allowed to do that? I don't know.
Yeah. Thank you, Zachary, for that question. They are not allowed to do that. I'm going to request that you send the registrar an email and share details of that residential estate. We have an MOU with the Competition Commission, and it looks at issues of unfair discrimination or unfair restriction of suitably qualified people from doing work within the residential estates. We did engage some residential estates in the past, and those engagements were fruitful because the estates acceded to our position to say that people who've been granted exemption to do simple double stories or those who are qualified to do simple double stories must be allowed to do that work. So, Zachary, if you can share those details with the registrar, I'd really appreciate. Okay, Mr. Moideen, and then we'll go to Ambani.
Yeah, good day, Mr. Chair. Good day, colleagues. Mr. Chair, we have a member, a professional architect that was appointed by the client but was denied to work in Orania. Is that legal?
Yeah, that doesn't sound to be legal. I'm going to request again, Mr. Moideen, if we can send those details to SACAP addressed to the registrar so that we can get our legal team to look at the matter.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ambani? Okay, Ambani?
Hello.
Okay.
Yes. Oh,
Yes.
I needed to know on this one that you're saying we person can work under supervision. I'm a drafts person,
Yeah.
but sometimes you find that I find something out of my scope where there are people who are willing to help me. Some got their own practices, and then in these instances, the one is a technologist, but he doesn't have his own practice. He's not he's practicing. So I needed to know, can that person assist me as I'm a drafts person? That's number one. Number two is that I wanted to know, because the draft people are not being allowed to do simple double stories. It means that the education that is given to them is not being upgraded, or there's no anything that can be done for them to be able to be educated in such a way that they will understand to do that kind of typology.
Education. Yeah.
And then lastly, when it comes to these things that we are doing, I wanted to understand we are all on the different categories, which means our incomes are different. Ne? So if I'm doing a job of maybe 50 rand, the same one, the next one is doing 400 rand, but we still have to pay the same fees, same annual fees. Does it make sense on that one when it comes to competition to the finances that we are receiving? Because now the other one is getting more, the other one is getting less, but we're paying same annual fees. And lastly, I want to know, maybe if we are not happy with the IDoW, some of the aspect of it, do we have a place where we can complain?
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Ambani. So you had 4 questions, and the first one was looking at the work that's done under supervision, or a technologist who is going to assist you in overseeing the work, and they will take professional responsibility for work that's done. That's acceptable, in work that falls outside your category. But here I'm going to recommend that perhaps you utilize the transformative mechanisms like special consent or RPL, so that it can allow you to do more work of a higher category. Okay, so you are allowed to do work under supervision in collaboration with others. Okay, and then the second.
No, it's in collaboration with somebody. Sorry, there's
Yeah.
something that is missing. It's in collaborating with somebody who's not practicing. That person don't have his own or his own company, but that person is a registered professional. Because some estates, they will tell you, like one of my colleagues have come across where he got a senior technologist as far as assisting him. They told him that because that one, that person is not a director on his company, even though if they do a JV, because that person doesn't own a company, they will not be allowed to proceed with the project.
Yeah. Okay. Amani, it's a first I hear of a requirement from a residential estate that the person has to have a registered company. Ordinarily, they require a registration with the regulatory body. But the circumstance is unique, so please email the registrar also If I can proceed and answer your other questions, because I would like to understand what are the reasons that they would want a company registration and for him to be a director. Okay,
Yeah,
so
Chair,
yes.
yeah, and let me just come through them. All the questions, all the questions, please send it to idow@sakapsa.com. And just to amplify from your previous uh, um, uh, um, reply to one of the questions there, those people who do not have, especially the draft person who want to do building topologies that are above their registration category, we do have got two routes that one can follow. The longer one is the RPL, which they are required to submit 5 projects, and the shorter one, it will be the special consent, which they are only required to submit that or those particular building topologies that they want to work on. They do not change their category. They can be exempted to work on those building topologies only thereafter. Yeah. Then RPL, they will then move from one category to another, but special consent, they remain in that category. Thank you, Chair. Then the questions about those estate agents that are refusing RPs to submit, or that require them to be registered in a company, please send those specific details to the IDoW@sakapsa.com. Then we will through our legal department, we will first engage and give them an awareness, and if need be, that's when we can take the legal route. But we first have to engage and give them that awareness. After that, if there's nothing changed, we can then take another route. But thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Munetsi. Ambani, I'm proceeding with your queries. You noted,
Yes.
that education
Can
was.
I please say something?
Yes.
On the one that you were saying, the special compensation and the RPL. Remember, we have done those typologies under other practices as we are coming from being a candidate. Now maybe I'm just 10 years. So most of those things that are out of my typology are under my mentor's name. And now, due to this factor of that IDO is hitting him hard, he end up thinking of closing the practice. So it's difficult for him to give us some information based on those ones. That's why I was asking if the education cannot be upgraded.
Okay. All right. Noted. Let me just proceed, Ambani, with your other queries. The other one was relating to annual registration fees for different categories, and that has been noted and
Yes.
will be discussed with council, and education, including simple double stories for draftspersons. Again, that recommendation would be made to architectural learning sites during the validation visits, so that the profession is transformed. Okay, so if we can move along, Zachary Diaga Peter, and then I'm gonna move.
No, there's one thing that I've asked. There's one
Yeah.
thing that I've asked, you didn't answer me. I've asked if maybe people have complained to with this IDoW. Where do they raise their concern?
Okay, so if you have a complaint with IDO, you can send your complaints to ido@sakapsa.com. CBE is also doing stakeholder engagement with VAs, RPs, or anyone within the industry. You can also raise your concerns there. You can also raise concerns with the Office of the Competition Commission, objecting, obviously, and you need to justify why you are grieved. Okay, is that in order, Ambani?
It's all in order, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move to...
Just to amplify, in most cases, if there is a complaint with this policy, because this policy falls under us, we then recommend them before they go out to first send the complaint to us so that we see if it can be integrated or not before they go to any other institute, or else they can go to their VAs, which operate under, which are work with hand in hand with the SACAP. So we advise them first to send them those complaints to us. Then, like what we did, remember the reason why we amplify this IDoW, it was because of those complaints, queries, whatever. We listened to RPs, and then we compiled them, and then we integrated this building topology in this one, the one that we are reviewing today. So it is very important for RPs to send them the complaints to us so that we can try to include them in the next review, which will be probably next year or a year after next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munetsi. I hope that's clear. Let's move on to Petra.
Hi, colleagues. Good afternoon, and thank you very much, or good morning, and thank you very much for all the work that SACAP have done in negotiating this IDoW. My question relates to the certificate of competence. The Council provides professionals with a certificate of competence which is downloadable, but is not available to the professional architect category. Now, what is good about that is that it is being requested at local authorities level to sort of validate competence, which is a great move. But in some of the local authorities, it may be that some of the officials are not aware that architects are permitted to do work across all categories of work or complexities of work, etc. And so my request or suggestion is that SACAP make those certificates of competence also available to the professional architect registration category. Otherwise, we're going to also have to go to all the councils and make the officials aware of that situation, which is probably less efficient. Thank you so much.
Let me answer that one, Councillor Vusi. So, Petra, what we just require from you is please send us that community, that municipality. We know that Saldanha Bay, they were doing the same, but once we advised them, then they stopped. So definitely we are not going to give a certificate of competence to professional architect, because professional architect is the guru. We cannot limit them, because we say that they are able to do everything. So certificate of competence, it's only those building topologies that one has been exempted to work on. It's extra above from your registration category. We then give you certificate of competence for those the building topologies that you are not supposed to do, but we have been exempted to do. So what we have done is we will then write to that municipality and advise them that professional architect, even government departments, we did communicate with that. Last week we were at EXA, last month, but 1 or 2 were DBS. We explain all this, that professional architect, they do not get a certificate of competence. Definitely that one, I would say that we're not going to do that on the professional architect, but to advise the municipalities. If there's one that is requesting that, please advise us. We can quickly engage them and they will quickly implement that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Muneti. I hope that's clarified better. But thank you for recommending that professional architects also get the certificate of competence. Better, is there a follow-up? Are you happy?
Please do reconsider. I hear you that was not the plan of action, but perhaps just do a small investigation as to how widespread the problem is. I'm just suggesting that it may be more pragmatic to simply do it across the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you.
Thank you. Noted.
Okay, we'll do Andre. Andre, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you very much. Chair, my plea really is to include heritage as a complexity factor and also affecting the complexity rating. Heritage competence in the certification of competence affects planning throughout the workflow. I also think that heritage competency should be part of the Privy Seal, included in the Privy Seal as part of the competency. I think that state departments and heritage-related authorities will benefit from heritage competence as part of the complexity rating. The APHP is also an authority which manages heritage competence and gives accreditation to their members, and they are therefore accredited to work on heritage projects. I think that the whole flow of work will be made a lot easier should the competency be included in the category of work.
Thank you, Andre. Thank you for highlighting that heritage ought to be included as one of the competencies. If you look at the 10 SACAP competencies, you've got urban design, which urban context, which looks at issues of site sensitivity, compliance to land use management, issues of social impact, cultural impact, heritage, and environmental impact. So heritage as a subheading or a theme is already incorporated under complexity factor urban context. I hear the concern you are raising, Andre, that perhaps there needs to be accreditation for heritage so that we know who's competent dealing with heritage structures. As SACAP, we found you know, the issue of heritage to be problematic because we don't want to have issues of, you know, gatekeeping or issues of unfairly restricting or excluding others from doing specific building types. I hear you. Heritage buildings tend to be high complexity buildings with greater impact. Heritage buildings are older. They need to be dealt with delicately. However, we cannot say lower categories should be excluded in dealing with specific heritage buildings. It could be barns and sheds, which is a prehistoric building. Do we now say a draftsperson should not design or do modification in that barn and shed because now it has heritage significance? So all I'm saying is I hear you, but also as regulator, we don't want to restrict unfairly or arbitrarily so, because we've said heritage has already been included in urban context. Draftsperson need to have an awareness of that, and they cannot be limited in dealing with structures that are older than 60 years. It could be a residential dwelling. They can still do that. It's a single story. And, yeah, so I hear you, Andre. But the position of SATEP with heritage is we cannot exclude arbitrarily without justification. I hope that's understandable.
Chair,
Yeah.
if I may respond to that, it is important to note that heritage is a skill that is acquired through experience and qualification obtained through an accredited architectural learning site. So, in the same way as other competencies are evaluated currently, it does not preclude anyone from any category working on heritage buildings as long as they are skilled with the necessary training and experience.
Noted, and thank you, Andre. And I'll take the recommendation to council and see their views. Okay, let's proceed, colleagues. All right, let me just. Okay, let's proceed to the next. Takura, the floor is yours.
Good job.
Okay.
Thank you, Andre. Takura.
Colleagues. I
Yes,
hope I'm
Moni?
clear.
Yes, you.
All right. I just wanted to raise a couple of items maybe for consideration. I joined the meeting almost 45 to 50 minutes late. I'm hoping that these items were not covered, or maybe I could be repeating. My first request, or maybe my first question would be, has the SICAP taken time to actually populate the categories? By categories, in this instance, I'm not referring to architects. I'm just talking about PSAT, PAT, and PAD. So just if you look at that bracket, I would say out of my little experience, I'm about 15 years experience in the industry. I find that it's very difficult of late to be finding work as an architectural technologist, senior architectural technologist, or an architectural draftsman. And because of that, most of us in these three categories have resorted to opening or running our own practices. Now, the challenge that we have is that it's proving not to be sustainable out here, as we are not, I wouldn't say ostracized per se, but we seem not to fit in most of the spaces that our skill is required. For an example, it's been a very long time. I haven't seen an advert of a government institution looking for a registered professional architectural technologist or architectural or senior architectural technologist. Most of them would require a professional architect. But I don't want to bring into the mix, obviously, disadvantaged backgrounds and other factors that keep people in a particular trade or a particular limit of professional registration. But it could be that without data, I'm just saying this without data, it could be that our skill set is the people that are in the middle. I would say maybe we could be in the middle, the missing middle. Our brand as professionals is now not as recognized, because one will think that once they've employed you as a professional, you will not be able or capable to deliver certain projects and aspects on projects that require you to sign off and take responsibility of as a professional. Whereas we are capable, others are even more experienced in these trades than the actual gurus, as per the previous speaker had mentioned, the council member mentioned. So it puts us in a very gray area or a dark area where we are fumbling around to find work. We are battling to figure out where and who is going to employ us. And we find ourselves doing a lot of gigs, which obviously we find ourselves suppressed by the system in such a way that it's difficult to survive in this missing middle. That's my first point. My second point is that have you, as the SECAP or the council, looked at the geographic positions of different persons, registered persons? I would like to give an example of a location which is in Newcastle, which is where the area where I'm practicing. Utrecht, for example, it's a very small town. I do some work in there and do submissions in that town, but because of the limited amount of work that comes out of that geographic area, I'm competing with people with higher categories who are obviously doing things like, like your accommodation and so forth. And one of the first questions that the enlightened clients ask is that, are you an architect? And the moment that you break it down to say, I'm a professional senior architectural technologist, and then they're like, no, I want an architect, and then they close you off. But because the space is limited geographically, we do not have a lot of work, then the architect gets the work. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, it's a good thing. It's competitively, that's fine, that's perfectly fine. But it keeps us in the lower categories, fumbling in the dark, trying to find work. And eventually we even go all the way back to doing courses like MDDOP to maybe move your way into mining or mechanical engineering or structures, drafting, doing anything that might assist you just to keep going. So I really wanted to just find out if the SECAP has actually looked at geographic factors where people are operating from. And then my last 2 points would be, if I'm to do a project with an architect, what is the actual documentation I should have? I've got a registered company. That's an example I'm giving. I've got a registered company as an architectural technologist or practicing as an architectural technologist. But we want to do work at a higher category where I'll need the direction of an architect. Do I take off my logo and he signs off on my title block? How do I go around it? And then my last one would be the plan examiners. I think we are battling a lot with plan examiners in the bigger cities, where we find people that are not experienced or exposed sufficiently in the architectural field doing examination of plans. Is that space regulated, and what is SECAP doing to assist us so that when we are presenting and discussing this, a registered professional is able to be regulated by another registered professional? If it's a registered professional architect on the other desk in a municipality, it is understandable because they understand what we are submitting across the desk. Is that something that the SECAP is looking at in terms of plan examiners and those that handle these submissions in the municipality? Thank you. I hope that was not too long.
Yeah, thank you, Takura. Thank you with the concern you are raising relating to the missing middle and the brand not being recognized, and you are battling to find work. So your questions are intertwined and related, both 1 and 2. because they are relating to a misconception, really, from members of the public, government departments, in terms of, as an architectural technologist with 15 years experience, whether, in terms of their procurement, how you are appointed, government procurement, would they specify that they would need a architectural technologist? And you're saying you're not seeing a lot of these adverts, and you are really struggling to find work. You've started your business, it's not sustainable. So really, the issue you are raising is a misconception from the members of public, government departments, and those who are procuring the services of professional architectural services. And really, you are pointing a picture that people only require architects because it's perceived that architects can deal with high complexity or very complicated building structures, in as much as though you are practicing in a rural area. So the issue really there is it's really just misconception of those who are pointing, and education. So I can say that there has been ongoing engagements with our stakeholders, particularly local municipalities. We continuously engage public works. We deal with them in terms of issues of procurement, issues of professional fees, issues of IDoW. So it's a continuous process where we now have to educate members of the public, educate residential estates, even government departments, to say these people are equally qualified to do their work. So I hear the concern you are raising. These are our stakeholders, and they are outside SACEP, and really, it's outside our power. And what we can really do is just educate and further engage them. Issue of geographic locations of unregistered persons in rural areas, and you're competing with higher categories, and your concern there is it's very difficult in that environment, working in that space. And you also pose the query, what's required in terms of a joint venture and working in collaboration with an architect. So ordinarily what would be required is both your registration numbers must be on the title block, your name must be displayed, or your company name must be displayed on that letter, the title block, so that in the future, when you want to apply for special consent, you can clearly demonstrate that you are part and joint venture into this high complexity project, and hence you are requesting a exemption. So our website, SACEP's website, would have a clear direction in terms of what's required for a joint venture and working under supervision. Plan examiners in rural areas and the requirements there, building inspectors. SACEP is doing, they're always in local municipalities, in rural areas, Limpopo, Eastern Cape, and other parts of South Africa, educating building inspectors on issues pertaining to SACEP and how to best regulate the profession. So those issues are, I can say they are ongoing, and really they stem from our stakeholders and outside the ambit of SACAP. So I hope that's clarified, Sakura. Okay. Munetsi, I'm going to move back to you because the time now is 12, and I'm eager for Mr. Decker to run through his presentation.
Yes. Thank you very much, Councillor Pailani. So just to all other questions, I see there are a few hands that are up. What I want to advise, please, can you write to idow@sakapsa.com all those questions, or as well as on the chat. We will compile all those questions and provide a feedback. I don't know. Let now, do people require 5 minutes board break, or we can continue? All right. No, it's fine. Mr. Decker, let me hand it over to you. Then after Mr. Decker presentation, we will then take some questions again. Thank you very much, Mr. Decker. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank Mr. Munetsi. Sorry, I just want to see where I share my screen. Where's my screen now? Sorry, I'm just, okay, there's a screen to share. Okay, I think I'm audible to everybody, and I hope that my presentation is showing at the moment.
Yes, it's
okay, thank you.
You are audible and we can see your screen.
Okay, thank you. Thanks everybody. I was asked by the team to do this presentation then, which highlight additions and also the descriptions of the building types in, let's say then, the so-called new IDoW. As an IDoW member, I was actually tasked by the registrar at a stage to look into the building categories and to highlight this a little bit, or to look at how we can actually make sure that it indeed still will reflect in future what is out there, especially after the experience that we had with the LSD valuations, where as a team we've picked up that quite a number of building types could not be addressed satisfactorily with the existing IDoW building types as published in Board Notice 27 of 2021. So if we just go to that, you also see that in this, the definitions of the different types of buildings do not occur in the actual document itself. It was later published as a separate codicil, and that created also a lot of vagueness sometimes, and misunderstanding and misinterpretation by professionals, regulators, etc., where it comes to building plans. If we look at the history now quickly of the existing one, you will see it's divided into 2, 4, 6, 8 categories, with agriculture having 3 building types described: commercial 18, community 21, educational 5, industrial 4, medical social services 9, recreational 5, and residential 15, bringing the building type total in the current IDoW to 80. So what did we do now in the revised IDoW with the building types? The first thing that I did was, or as a team as well, because later on it was part of a, let's call it a joint venture or a task team by the IDoW committee and the education committee. So the first thing that I did then was to look at how can we tie it in with building codes, not just in South Africa, but also over the world. Currently, our regulation 820 in the building regulation is quite insufficient where it comes to the categorization of building types. as it's more merely focused on the risk of fire and how to deal with fire in that, and being also a member of the SAB's technical teams, I'm highly aware of that. So my research took us then to the International Building Code, and as you can see, what I'm showing on the screen right now is just an extraction out, or a few pages out of this nearly 800-page document, where it actually comes to the different types of buildings. And that was then the starting point for what we then did when we actually created the new building types. If you go and you compare that, you will see that most of the categories then come out of the International Building Code, but it was also advised by what we have seen in the LSD process to that. So if you look now under agriculture, utility, and miscellaneous, there are 14 building types earmarked there or defined there. And then under assembly and entertainment, it's one of the biggest building types that there are. And so we had to subcategorize them under religious assembly, with now 6 building types, your community assembly, the non-commercial ones, 3, recreation, amusement or other, 8, spaces for viewing, 5, exhibition spaces, 3, conference facilities, 2, indoor sport, 3, and outdoor sport facilities, 4. The next category in the new IDoW will then be named commercial, under which there are 4 categories. We've got warehousing, factories, and workshops with 19 subcategories or building types identified there. So also the medical and the now my tongue is keeping me from not pronouncing it correctly. Veterinary facilities, that is 19. Community-based facilities equals 13. Then we've got education, that's now 6. Accommodation and residential, you can see there was quite a number of increases there to 12, and then transport 10. That brings the total number of building types in the new IDoW matrix then to 131, which is an increase, as you can see then, of 51 over what was what is currently in the IDoW. If you look at the matrix on how it's going to be published, here is a extract from it, a screen shot from it. And one of the first things that you will see is that apart from the description per category, it's also get a category code with others, and that is what we will then call the SACAP building code. And that relates then to the different types of categories, so that we can quite easily then reference this and not have to go in and explain every time what is this code for, or what is this building type for. You can just reference the code, and then everybody will be happy in that, because you can refer then back to the matrix in the IDoW and so you can actually go and check out what is happening in that category. The next column there deals with your building type, and as I've called it here, you see it's a SACAP building code and a SACAP building type. It's not to be confused with the national building regulations, although I think that the future national building regulations will lean towards this. That's what I'm trying to do in forums where I'm also busy at the moment, is to try to align it, because it's an architectural thing. So when we talk about building codes, also align it then to this. So hopefully the new NBRs that the DTIC is working on at the moment will take that into consideration. The next thing there is the description. In the new IDoW, to omit or to prevent any confusion or any misunderstanding, the description of the building is now also in the table that tells you what the building is about and what falls under that category of building, and more about that later when we go to the different categories one by one. Then the complexity factors, as Councillor Vusi alluded to earlier, is also incorporated into this, the ABC, and you can actually see then why these categories of registration then can do this type of buildings. Now, these complexity factors were established or confirmed in task teams, or joint task teams by the IDFW committee and the education committee. Long discussions on that, taking into account competencies and a lot of other factors, and also the South African Qualifications Authority requirements, which is written into the document itself, and which basically then is used then as the guideline to determine what the competencies are. And then you will definitely also then get the color coding, the category of registration then identified for that building type, similar to what we have seen earlier. Okay, before I go to the different categories of buildings, I just want to open the actual document here. So under the first category, AUM, and as you can see, it stands for Agriculture, Utility and Miscellaneous. The first one will be then barns and sheds with the actual description of what is seen as a barn and a shed. And it quite clearly say there, it's buildings erected on a farm, because you will not get a barn or a shed on a property that's not a farm. A shed is a word in the English literature that is basically used to describe the storage facility on a farm, and a barn most likely for where you store food for cattle and stuff like that. So, but it's also to include architectural tools and vehicles like tractors, etc., and hay, grain, and all those kind of things. Hopefully, that description will not, or will then enlighten a lot of people. As we had a lot of queries, especially where work are done on farms, where people do not actually know where to fit it in. Then a stable, and there's a difference between a stable and a barn and a shed. A stable is where livestock, farm animals like horses, sheep, pigs, livestock are then kept. With other words, here you have to, it's a little bit more complex if you look at that, because you have to look at how to do away with excreta and all those other type of things that might accumulate in such a facility. So obviously the health and the safety of the environment makes it a little bit more complex. Animal breeding units, also a very specific type of building. It's different from a stable, because here we refer to some things like a piggery, which is specifically designed to assist farmers in the breeding of animals. Just want to scroll down a little bit. And then your greenhouses and tunnels, again, a much more specific use. And again, it comes from questions and directives required from SACAP during the past few years. And then also your silos, your fuel tanks, your water storage tanks, which might have a little bit more of structural complexity to it. And the next one is then, and sorry for cutting it off now on this page, is warehousing and packaging. That is different from a shed, because it say here clearly that are used for the purpose of packing the products produced on a farm or adding some material to preserve them while they are stored, transported, and distributed on the farm. Again, it's a higher complexity because you might have very dangerous products like fertilizers and stuff that might cause reactions, chemical reactions that might cause fires and stuff. So that is why there's a little bit of a higher complexity into that. Workshops for the repair and maintenance of farming vehicles and implements. Again, it's specifically done based on questions asked and misinterpretation previously. And the fact that it was not actually covered at all in our national building regulations, for instance, or anywhere else. So, because it's not a garage where you actually maintain on a commercial basis vehicles, etc. This is done specifically by the owner of them, and that is why it's in there. And so also farm dairies, which has also got a high complexity due to the complex nature of these type of buildings to it. Then your general, then we come to the general buildings, the so-called deemed to satisfy building types, your carports and private garages. That's buildings not attached to any other buildings, where you store then vehicles, maximum 9 vehicles, because after that it actually becomes a parking garage with higher complexities to it. Boundary walls, surface car parks, general multi-story and underground car parks, minor works as defined in the National Building Regulations. Just a caution here on minor works. Remember that application must be done to the building control officer first for any minor works to be done. And then the local authority can decide if they're going to accept it as a minor works application or as a full application. So because it's listed in the National Building Regulations, that does not mean that it's automatically minor works. There is a process involved there that we need to take cognizance of, because otherwise you might think it's minor works, but then due to something that the local authority is aware of, maybe unstable soils or anything else, it might become quite a highly complex type of structure. Electrical substations were also included in there, as the person here is only concerned with the design of the architectural part of the building, not with the engineering part, because those technical details will be then supplied by by expert professionals like engineers, and that is normally done then on behalf of the utility service provider. Moving over to the category assembly and entertainment. As I've said, it's one of the most complex categories of buildings. Not complex, but the one that covers the most type of buildings. And therefore we had to subdivide it into subcategories just to make sure that those that belongs together are seen together. So the first one that we've put in there will be your funeral parlors. Remember the previous one, for instance, had only religious and crematoria. There was nothing like funeral parlors in it, and that created a problem. So this funeral parlor, with other words, that are displayed. With other words, there's no other things happening there. With other words, but also due to the complex, there is a health issue in here, because the storage might also be have to be taken into account. So that is why the complexity is quite high there. Chapels and other small assembly buildings primarily used for funerals and weddings. Can I just say the category that is excluded here, it's not because it was haphazardly, oh, you can't do that, etc. If you look at the chapel and other small assembly buildings, there is specific requirements for that to ensure health and safety of the occupants and users, especially in case of fire, etc., that people need to be aware of and need to apply certain things for that matter. Single-story religious assembly buildings with no fixed seating versus that with fixed seating. And the issue here comes in that if the moment you've got fixed seating, there are certain requirements in terms of the National Building Regulations that needs to be adhered to, that makes it more complex. Then we come to multi-story religious assembly buildings, fixed seatings, and this is where we've got galleries. Remember, a gallery will automatically then be seen in terms of the NBR as another story, and there will be structural and fire issues there at stake. That is why it's limited only to architects and senior techs. And then crematoria, again, specific requirements, health and safety regulations, etc., that needs to be adhered to. So it's not just a simple drawing of a building and you say there's an oven. There is quite a lot of other things that also have to happen there, which needs to be taken into account. Then we come to the community assembly. That's now the non-commercial ones. That's your so-called community halls. It doesn't matter if it's in private or in the normally the local authority that owns it. But again, the issue here at stake for complexity will be the number of people that are going to occupy that building, which needs then to be aligned to the complexity and to the competencies. Town and city halls, the same there. And you can see here it's specifically set here a single-story building where it comes to activity halls associated with private developments with no fixed seatings, like you might have at what do you call it, a retirement village or something. But the definition or the description of what it is actually quite important here. And also no fixed seating. Then we come to the next subcategory, recreation, amusement, and other types. Commercial now, where people will rent it out to get an income from that building, intended then for functions like weddings, like what do you call it, birthday parties, etc. Even where you've got business events and in a reception hall, as you can see, as described there. Multiple banquet and dance halls. Now, if the first one is a single-story building, single banquet and dance hall. With other words, you haven't got break off rooms that you can go and visit during a session or when you do something. It's only that one building there servicing for one function at a time. And the next one will then go further to the multiple banquet and dance halls with no fixed seating. Then we move over to nightclubs, discos, and similar facilities. Again, here the criteria used for determining who can and who cannot do such a building, the complexity and the danger to public life are taken into consideration. How do you, because there is specific requirements for escape routes, etc., in terms of our national building regulations, that needs to be not just you do not just have the knowledge of it, you have to understand it and to implement it also in your design. Then your restaurants, that excludes your fast food outlets. Now, a restaurant is where you go and sit down, the meals are cooked on the premises by a chef, and it's served at tables by waiters or waitresses. With other words, it will exclude something like a, let's use the brand name now, a KFC, where there's an opportunity for you also to go, or provided for you to go and sit and enjoy your meal. But you have to stand in the queue first, get your meal, and then take it. And that is technically not a restaurant then. It becomes a type of a shop where you buy something, but you are allowed to consume it on the premises. Restaurant specifically is where you have to look at movement from the kitchen to the serving area, and a lot of other things that's making it a little bit more complex. Cafeterias and similar dining facilities and fast food outlets, a little bit less of a complexity here. So you can see there people serve themselves from a counter and pay before eating. Taverns and bars, basically the same, but the thing is here, it's normally used at night. Alcoholic beverage are sold to be drunk on the premises, and it may also serve them prepared meals. Next one will be your casinos, more complex, and that is the single-story building primarily used for gambling. It may have a bar, but no restaurant or whatever attached to it. That will be under the next one, which is casino and entertainment complex, which, as you can see, becomes then much more complex. Spaces for the viewing of performing arts or motion pictures. We had a look at what's going on in the world out there, and especially after COVID, you've got these small performing art theaters, your so-called house theaters that you get. single-story building again, so the complexity there is limited, and therefore also the competencies as described there, allowing then those categories to do it. Then we go over to motion picture theater cinemas, contains auditoria for viewing films for public entertainment, a little bit more complex. But that's the primarily function of the building. If your motion picture theater is situated in a mall, obviously the mall will be the primarily use of that building, and then you will have to look at under malls or under the shopping centers what you can do there. Performing art theaters, music like the State Theatre, etc., high complexity. Then television and radio studios that admit an audience, like is sometimes found at the SABC. You can go and watch a show while it's being recorded, or listen to something while it's being recorded. Again, that type of buildings is highly complicated when it comes to the design, and so also your symphony and concert halls. Then under subcategory 5 here, you've got your exhibition spaces, which will include your art galleries, your exhibition halls, and your museums, also of a high type of complexity when it comes to the design, because you know those art pieces that are going to be displayed there needs to be looked at. You can't have direct sunlight on it. Humidity control must be perfect, and all those kind of things that needs to be taken into account. So that is why museums, where you've got historical pieces on display or even in stored, needs to be of such a nature that only architects can do that. Then the next one will be your conference facilities, and where we have subdivided it again in your single conference facility, again a single building, not attached to any other building group like a B&B, etc. Technically, it is not a B&B then anymore. So here you've got a single conference facility. Primary function is providing a single equipped room to enable a conference to be hosted there. So it can be loose standing on the property, but the moment it's incorporated into the property, it will be another category. Conference center, here you've got quite a number of buildings and rooms, etc. Equipped rooms to enable multiple conference to be hosted there. I can't think about one, but you can just think of one of these big conference centers, which require a lot of expertise and know-how on how to deal with it. And again, here it goes to the complexity level, especially when how to provide for emergency services in it, how to get out of the building, that type of things. The next subcategory will be your indoor facility intended for participation and or the viewing of facilities. So you might allow spectators into it. There you've got a gymnasium, a swimming pool. Remember, this swimming pool is not a swimming pool at a residential building. That forms part of your residential building. It's actually minor works in many cases. One of the things that we have seen a lot of people misinterpreted with the LSD applications, where they apply for swimming pools under recreation, where it was a residential swimming pool, which they can do in any case. So a swimming pool in an indoor sports facility, as described in there. Then we also go over to the next building category, ice rinks, squash and tennis courts, or similar facilities. But remember, these are indoor sport facilities, not outdoor sport facilities. Sports facilities at primary and secondary schools. That's your pavilions with sometimes a little bit of these kiosks, viewing boxes, etc. That the schools these days have. And then your sports facilities at tertiary education facilities becomes a little bit more complex. And then your municipal and other sport facilities, and then stadiums, grandstands, and arenas. Although we have subdivided between it, it is the category that can only do it is architects. The reason for that is that there was and there's still quite a lot of arguments, yeah, but if it's a municipal one, it's not these big ones, etc. Or, oh, this is at a school, so no, you can't do it, where certain categories now will be allowed to do it. And that is why the different categories are there, even if only one sub or category of professional can do it. Then the next category or main category will be your commercial category. And here we're starting off with filling or charging stations with a maximum of 4 dispensing units, each associated with a convenience store, a car wash facility. That's your so-called petrol station that you might find in a residential suburb, etc. Moving over to filling charging stations with associated convenience store, car wash facility, fast food outlets, cafeterias, etc. A little bit more complex. A motor vehicle showroom, as defined in there, versus a motor vehicle service center. That is the so-called garage where you take your vehicle to be serviced. Can be at a dealership or be part of a dealership if it's loose standing, or it can be a person that doesn't tend to a specific make of motor vehicle but service all vehicles. Then a motor vehicle service, a motor vehicle showroom and service center. That will be typically your motor dealerships with a service center behind it. And then if you get also some of them with a filling and charging station, and you can see the complexity then there. A general purpose shop. And you can see here we've changed sometimes the names of the category of building as well to describe that better. So it's a single-story building with the primary function of provide retail space for one general purpose shop. That's your so-called cafe on the corner. Then you get your specialized shop. That's now a single-story building. And I think here my slide have actually duplicated itself. Sorry about that. A specialized shop will be for specialized functions, where that shop actually have to be remodeled or redone to take in another type of business because it was originally just built for that purpose. Supermarket with no other shops. Versus that of a neighborhood shopping center containing general purpose shops, and then also the community shopping center containing a supermarket, general purpose shops, specialized shops, and fast food outlets. And then we move over to the regional shopping center. That's your typical mall containing maximum 5 supermarkets and several general purpose. And then your super regional shopper centers, like let's say, for instance, the Mall of Africa. Although COM12 and COM13 are basically earmarked for only architects, we thought it was important to differentiate between the two because that explains then actually everything there and make it more clear to everybody who can do that job. Then we get to your businesses, your single-story general office building. Limited to a maximum of 15 people. With other words, you look at your national building regulations, the area occupied by a person in that, and that's how you then cater for that. Versus your double-story general office building, a maximum of 30 people here. And then we can go over to your specialized or purpose-built office developments versus your high-rise specialized purpose-built office developments. Next category will be warehousing, factories, and workshops. Your standard public storage facilities, these, let's call it garages, that you storage facilities similar to a garage that you can go and rent on a monthly basis, where you store then whatever you want to store it in there, as long as the storage space, the individual storage space, do not exceed 18 meters square and the building is of single story. Your single double story large public storage facilities, similar to the first one, but there your storage facilities may exceed 18 square meters. And that 18 square meters, etc., it basically builds on the fire divisions, etc., that and how to deal with then the different fire divisions in that building. Then you get your specialized storage facilities for documents and archives. Obviously, there's a fire risk there that makes it more complex. Then we move over to your warehousing, and the first one is retail warehouses. That's buildings, a group of buildings built primarily for the storage of goods. No manufacturing or packaging take place. That's then used for the distribution to different retail outlets or courier hubs, like what's these well-known one? These courier facilities that you sometimes found near airports, etc. Those type of thing. And then your specialized warehouses, that's where you get cold, cool refrigerator, freezer storage included in that. And then also your vehicle warehouses. That's not your motor showroom, but that's actually a warehousing facility where you store vehicles before it's distributed to the different retailers, etc. Or not retailers, your motor vehicle agents. High hazard warehouses, warehouses. I think it quite clearly described it in there, and then also your biohazard. So yes, there is a distinction between the two, although only architects can do so. But it's just to make sure that a biohazard is different from a high hazard. High hazard might be to do with fire, etc. As you can see there, where biohazard means that there can be the product, whatever you store in there, can cause a biohazard if it's not correctly stored or handled. Then we move over to your general use factories. And that will be a group of buildings built primarily for the use as general factory, manufacturing, or servicing facility, but it's excluding food processing, where the next one will be a specialized purpose-built factory, where it's specifically designed for a specific thing to be done there, and you can't actually just overnight go or just move out and somebody else move in there, and it will be a general purpose. So it is built for a specific purpose. High hazard factories then also in the year, and I think the definition there will be self-explaining. And then food processing factories as well, because there's a high hazard in there, and it's not just for human consumption, the food processing factories, but also for animal consumption. Then we work over to your general workshops for the repair of machinery, plant, and consumer products, inclusive of mechanical workshops. Then your purpose-built workshops, again, purpose-built mean built for a specific thing, which you can't just go and move out and move somebody in the next day in there. And then something else that it's not even described in our the building regulations as yet will be power generation. Highly complex as well, and water and sewer purification. Also added in here with the description there. And then waste disposal, transfer, and reclamation. And then your testing laboratories, low to medium risk. Versus your high risk testing laboratories. And the high risk here is again, what type of materials are you testing there? Is it flammable or not? Versus your so you can see this will not be your laboratories. That is something that will fall under the medical definition, but that's where you do typical testing in a SANAS accredited testing laboratory. That is what we talk about here. Then we go over to the medical and veterinary facilities, doctors and veterinarians consulting rooms, a building used by a doctor and veterinarians for consulting only. You haven't got any treatment facilities like mini theaters, etc. in that facility. The moment you have got those mini theaters in there, with other words, any treatment facility, it will move over to Med 2. Then you got your pathology depots. your deposition partners, for instance, or your Vermaak, where they collect the samples, but they don't do the diagnostic services there. They are just collecting the samples and then transport it to the facility where it needs to be done. And that is where you call that is where what will be then your diagnostic laboratories. It can contain a pathology depot where you actually leave your sample or have your sample taken, but it will also then have the laboratory associated with that. Then your medical research laboratories, that will be normally at higher education institutions where you use biohazard medical samples. Then your medical health centers, multiple doctor, veterinarian, or dental surgeries with the associated medical services like diagnostic laboratories, specialized consulting rooms, and day procedure facilities. Clinics as defined, that is for consulting, diagnosing, referral, and dispensing of medicine. So these will not have overnight facilities for patients. That will be, you'll find under the next one, I think, which will be clinics with treatment procedure facilities. In this case, without the need for the patient to be bedded. That way you'll find in the next one, that is your step-down facility, your local private or public hospital. And here we basically went to and look at how do the Department of Health define their hospitals. And not just to say just a hospital, we're defining it there, although it is categorized to be one category of professional only. But we need to make sure that people understand what are the different categories. So-called also with your regional private and your tertiary hospitals and then your central hospital. Then we come to special needs housing, and you will see it's now under medical facilities, because special needs housing normally will have staff there that look after people, like a hospice or something. Then you've got your nursing homes. That's long-term transient. So Med 17 will not be a hospice. That will fall under Med 18. It depends on, pardon me for getting a little bit crossed over here. Special needs housing is where people with a special need, with other words, they are not sick, but they are restricted in their movements or the ability to make decisions. Versus that where persons with varying degrees of incapacity due to sickness, etc., are then cared or where they're undergoing medical treatment. So the difference between special needs housing and that of a nursing home is that people are treated in the last one, where they are not treated in the first one. Then frail care. It's basically a mini type of hospital or a low treated thing. You will find it normally at on premises that, like your what do you call it, retirement villages, etc. But that is if the building is a standalone building, we can treat it like that. Then civic centers as described there versus library, and then the next one will be libraries, vehicle testing facilities, satellite police stations. No temporary holding cells or interrogation rooms. Also got that definition from the police and what these type of buildings are then referred to. Then your police stations, that's your full services police station. It's got holding cells, interrogation, interview rooms, etc. Ambulance and fire stations. A lot of people think it's not it's only for the vehicles to be stored there, but sometimes you have got accommodation, recreation for the on-duty staff, and also training facilities. Your court buildings divided into municipal court, magistrates court, specialized courts, high courts, and supreme courts of appeal. We could have said courts, but there might be then a question again, how do we see it? And that is why it's now defined under each one, although again, only one category of registration can do so. Also your correctional facilities. Then we move over to education, your preschool facilities, your primary school, grade 1 to 7, your secondary school, grade 8 to 12. One thing that we've picked up in the LSD is the so-called combined schools, which have got grade 1 to 12. And then your FET colleges and other training facilities. With other words, it's providing training up to grade 12 or similar type of education, with other words, NQF 4 level. Then you've got your tertiary education and research facilities. That will be your technicons, your colleges, your universities, etc. Accommodation and residential, your single story dwelling unit, your double story dwelling unit, your double story dwelling units with a shared entrance exit. So that will be a double story dwelling or residential unit on their own site or sharing a site with other similar units, such as in sectional title development, each unit having an entrance and exit route that is shared with another unit, because then it becomes a feeder route in terms of fire, but it's a double story building. It is not now like it's currently classified as an apartment building, and we specifically brought this in to allow to actually allow the lower complexity types of buildings that can also be categorized as apartment buildings to be specifically identified, and people earmarked in for doing it. Your dwelling units, your 3 stories and more. Then your complex design, and here complex design is actually here. That is where the design and the construction is such that it cannot be satisfied by conventional design or the rational design requirements, with other words, the performance requirements as what we get in the National Building Regulation. But it requires special assessments services to get the plan approval from the local authority. So there might be, although it seems like a simple type of building, here will be in your buildings that makes use of alternative building methods like straw bales or something like that, for which there's no codes, etc., that can be used in rational designs, etc. And in these cases, you will normally have rational assessments done by professionals to show that it indeed satisfies the requirements of any building regulation. Then your apartment buildings. Now, apartment buildings, you can actually see here now, if it's more than 2 stories in height, and the moment it starts to share entrance exits, with other words, where you've got a passage that everybody gets out onto and share then to get out of the building, that becomes then an apartment building. The same with student accommodation. It is physically or specifically then designed for the use by students. The same with military barracks, dormitories. Then we come to your guest houses, your B&Bs, as described there. And the reason why it is limited is because of the requirements of the National Building Regulations that needs to be taken into account. So you can't just take and convert any building into a B&B, because you have to comply with specific requirements, fire, accessibility, etc. The same here with your hotels, the accommodation and guest facilities only, with other words, if it's got more than 16 purposes calculated at 4 per bedroom, then it becomes technically an hotel, for that matter. So a lot of our B&Bs are actually hotels. If you look at that and this is a definition also used by our NBRs. Hotel with conference facility then becomes something much more complex, and therefore it's only architects that can do that. A new category that was brought in is transport, or not 100% new, but it's got its own category now, transport, where we look at private and municipal airfields, light aircraft, regional airports as defined, and all of these will be as per the license of the operator. A regional airport will be one with no custom facilities. An international airport is where you will have custom facilities accepting all air passenger and cargo traffic. Then your military airfields, moving over to your railway stations, bus transport stations, taxi ranks, and a combined taxi and bus transport station. Again, why it's got a specific category combined, because if you only specify bus and then taxi, if you've got a combined one, it will also create questions to be asked. Then harbor facilities and transport vehicle overnight facilities. And this is not just a parking area where a vehicle parks. That's your truck stops where you've got overnight parking, fueling, ablution, fast food facilities, mainly to transport vehicles and operators of these vehicles. That will differ from your normal fueling station or fueling facility, as discussed earlier, which is differently handled. Here you have to make sure that you can actually deal with especially heavy vehicles. That brings me then to the end of the actual of this. I just want to go to the rest of my presentation. So that then explains all of that. The question was also asked earlier, and I just brought in here, why do we say that certain building types can only be done by certain people? When you look at the complexity levels, who can do that as well? Who can do research, etc. Now, all of that is actually part of the National Qualifications Framework, and the prescriptions on how to deal with all of this, we found then in the National Qualifications Framework. So it is not the IDoW committee. It does not sack up restricting people with certain qualifications or certain registrations. If you look at the NQF level associated with that registration, that is based then on what SAQA, the South African Qualifications Authority, inform every other regulator then on how to deal and how to process the information and how to deal with the complexity factors and all those kind of things there. And that is why you will also see and I think Councillor Vusi did it when he did his presentation and actually went into those different kinds of requirements for the different professionals. Now, the A, B, and C, we've seen it in there. That is where you can see then the project complexity rating, taking into account the National Qualifications Framework, as well as other issues then, the high complexity as defined then. And remember that the awareness, the knowledge, the understanding, the ability on how to deal with all of those different competencies, those 7 competencies that we highlighted, Vusi have highlighted it previously as well. What are you required under the different categories of registrations to have mastered? Is it only awareness? Is it knowledge as well? Or goes it further to understanding, or then the ability to interpret what you have understand? So that all goes back then to the NQF levels as defined by the National Qualifications Authority. Sorry, I've left out the slide there. So what can a draftsperson then do, or a newly qualified draftsperson then do? And I say newly qualified again, because yes, there are people with years of experience that might be able to do more, but there are then the advancement tools for you available currently, special consent and RPL then, if you want to show that you can actually master this, and therefore that specific thing is put in place there, because you have to basically to provide evidence to the regulator in that matter that you satisfied the criteria as set by the South African Qualifications Authority. So draftsperson, agriculture, barns and sheds, greenhouses, tunnels, boundary walls, surface car parks, minor works, electrical substations, general purpose shops, single story general office building, standard public storage facilities, and single story dwelling units. Identified for a technologist, under agriculture, utility, and miscellaneous, you will see the categories there: barns and sheds, livestock shelters, breeding units, greenhouses and tunnels, silos, fuel tanks, water tanks, other specialized storage facilities, freestanding carports, private garages, boundary walls, etc., surface car parks, minor works, and obviously then electrical substations as well. Going to the other categories under assembly and entertainment, it will include now chapels and single-story religious assembly buildings with no fixed seating, and community assembly, community halls that are used for civic purposes with no fixed seating. Recreation, amusement, and other assembly types, your single banquet and dance hall with no fixed seating, cafeterias and similar dining facilities and fast food outlets, your taverns and bars, your small performing art theaters, and your single conference facility are included there for the technologists. Under commercial, filling or charging stations with a maximum of 4 dispensing units, local vehicle showroom, general purpose shop, specialized shop, and neighborhood shopping center containing general purpose shops as defined. Under business, single story general office building, double story general office building, and under warehousing, factories, and workshops, your standard public storage facility, single double story large public storage facilities, as well as your general workshops. Medical facilities will be your doctor's consulting rooms and your pathology depots. Under Go Community will be satellite police stations and preschool facilities. Accommodation and residential will include single-story dwelling, double-story dwelling, and double-story dwelling units, shared entrance exit. Moving over to that of a senior technologist, a little bit more. I think it includes everything under the category agriculture, utility, and miscellaneous. Under assembly and entertainment subcategory, religious assembly, I think it also is all 6 of them. Community assembly, your community halls, town and city halls, activity halls associated with private developments. Recreation, your single banquet and dance hall, multiple banquet and dance halls with no fixed seating, used for private functions. Your nightclubs, discos, similar, restaurants, cafeterias, similar, taverns and casinos. Small performing art theaters, motion picture theaters, cinemas are included here. Art galleries and exhibition halls, and then single conference facilities. And then the subcategory B, okay, not sure why that must be A7, not B7. Gymnasium, swimming pools, ice rinks, squash and tennis courts. And under outdoor will be your sport facilities at primary and secondary schools. Under commercial, filling charging stations with a maximum of 4 dispensing, but it goes over to associated convenience store, car wash facility, and fast food outlet. A motor vehicle showroom, service center, a motor vehicle showroom with a service center, and also a motor vehicle showroom and service center with a filling or a charging station. Your general purpose shop, your specialized shop, your supermarket, your neighborhood shopping center, and containing then general shops, as well as those community shopping centers containing a supermarket, general purpose shops, specialized shops, and fast food outlets. And then under the business category, single story general office, double story specialized purpose built office developments. Under warehousing, factories, and workshops, added here to the rest, I think we will start here with retail warehouses, general use factories, specialized purpose-built factories, general workshops, water and sewer purification, waste disposal, and testing laboratories, low to medium risk. And under your medical facilities will be the surgeries that are included now, your pathology depots as well, diagnostic laboratories, medical health centers, clinics with treatment or procedure facilities, as well as your step-down facilities, the so-called E4s in the current NBR 820. Community will include civic centers, libraries, vehicle testing, satellite police stations, as well as police stations. Education, preschool, primary, secondary, combined FET colleges, with other words, everything up to NQF level 4. Accommodation and residential, single, double story, with basically everything here except your apartment buildings and the transport, private municipal airfields, railway stations, bus transport stations, taxi ranks, combined taxi and bus transport stations, and transport vehicle overnight facilities. Yeah, and that brings me then to the end of what I have to say. Over to you, Vizzy.
Thank you, Mr. Decker, for taking us through the various building occupancies. The time now is 1 o'clock, and we're going to open the floor for questions. If you can stop sharing, Mr. Decker.
Sorry.
Okay.
Where do I stop?
Okay, Muneti, please assist me with the question.
Somewhere it will be shop steering.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just battling to find the button. I'll be with you guys now.
All right. If we can have queries from participants relating to what Mr. Decker was unpacking, building occupancies, how it was formulated. He alluded to NQF levels and how we've justified IDoW aligning to SAQA requirements. Okay, we have a question from Claire. Claire, the floor is yours. Please unmute.
Hello, everybody. There's a few things I want to ask. I am a professional architectural draftsman. I have been practicing for over 20 years, and I've been registered with SACAP since 2006. The first question I'd like to ask is why there's not a sliding scale of fees. I know this is not to the point that Franz was talking about, but I'd like you to take that in board. The second thing I'd like to ask is why aren't professional architectural draftsmen allocated a number of years in terms of how long they've been practicing? If you've been practicing over, say, 10 years, why can't you do double-story dwellings, over a relatively simple design like professional architectural technologists? And the final question I'd like to ask is, I practice under my own name. I have an architect who is prepared to supervise me for doing double stories, new double stories. Sorry, I'm stumbling over my words here. On the title block, would I put my SACAP number and say under the supervision of my architect and his architectural number, or does it have to go completely under his own name?
Okay. Thank you, Claire. So your query is a PAD. You are a PAD.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and you have 20 years experience. You registered with SACAP 2006. Please clarify sliding scale of fees. Are you referring to annual registration fees?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so it was there was a question regarding.
Sorry, you're breaking up there.
Fees. Okay, I apologize, Claire. My internet connection seems to be unstable. So the query was posed earlier, and we do take note of that recommendation. There has been an outcry in terms of lower categories of registration you know, struggling with their annual professional registration fees. So
Okay.
we do, yeah, take that. I'll take it to say, I mean, council for further discussion. And then you
Okay.
also pointed out PhDs allocated years in terms of practice, and then you're saying based on those 10 years, you should really automatically be allowed to do higher complex building structures, like simple
Yes,
double
that's
story.
correct.
Yeah, so there is a mechanism in place that allows for those with experience to be allowed to do higher categories of building types. You need to demonstrate first, you need to apply for special consent, or you can also apply for RPL, so that you can then be granted exemption to do
Okay.
simple double stories. But you must
Mm-hmm.
show, you must demonstrate via a portfolio of evidence and show 5 various projects
Mm-hmm.
you've been involved in, unpacking obviously the 10 SACEP competencies and your contribution in the project. And then you'll be granted exemption and you'll be allowed to do simple double stories in various residential estates or freestanding homes.
Okay.
The other issue you raised up is concerning doing work in collaboration or under supervision, particularly work that falls outside your scope. This
Yes.
relates to requirements on title blocks and what details do you need to furnish.
Mm-hmm.
So for this one, I'm going to ask Mr. Munetsi if he can come on board to indicate, perhaps at high level, what's required. So a standard would be have your both registration details on the title block if you're doing work in joint venture. I would also have both logos of the two companies and their details. And this is so that once the building plans are approved, once you get an occupation certificate, you can then come back to SACEP and say, I was part of this project. I possess the competency to deal with this high complexity project and therefore grant me exemption to
Mm.
continue practicing and trading in this specific type of building.
Hi. Number one, okay, if I'm not allowed to do that work in the first place, although I've been allowed to do it in the past, how am I supposed to build a portfolio? And number two was, just say I've got an opportunity to build a double story, design the plans for a double story house in an estate, which I've got a considerable experience of doing in the past. Would I, on a title block, would I have to put it through, would it have to be under the architect's company name, or could I put it under my name as a practitioner practicing under her own name, saying under the supervision of the architect that would be helping me with this?
Vizzy,
And would
can I
there
just
need to
come
be
in
two
here?
SACAB forms?
Yes. Yeah, Mr. Decker,
Vizzy,
please.
there's a matter that I think a lot of people do not take into consideration, and that is professional indemnity insurance. Clear it out with your insurance provider. If they are going to cover you, if your title block is on there and you've got the agreement with the client, if you do works outside your scope, and who takes what responsibility for. So first of all, there must be at least some sort of inter-practice agreement between the two practices or between the two professionals, clearly stating who's responsible for what. and who's covered by professional insurance for what. Because I know that in case, let's say a draftsperson let somebody else supervise it, but that person supervise but don't take responsibility for the design. Even if you've got PI insurance as the draftsperson, your PI insurer will say you've taken a risk that I'm not prepared to carry on your behalf because you did it one-sidedly without consulting me, etc. The best is for professionals where they do work outside their scope of category to get into at least an inter-practice agreement with the practice, have the agreement between the client and the professionals be done by the professional who's going to take the responsibility, and then between those two practices have then an inter-practice agreement so that you cover all your bases for in case there's a claim against you later on. You never know what can happen and who's going to be sued because you had the agreement with the client, not the other person that supervised you. And that is something that we very, very carefully must consider when we go in such a so-called supervision agreement with another party. Who is going to take the responsibility and then who submits it, who fills in Form 1, for instance, in terms of the MBR, who does the declaration and all those kind of things. It's just a thing that I just want to warn professionals about. It is quite okay to put your name on the title block, to have the other person's title block on there, but if the pauper hits the fan, who's going to take the responsibility? Was that sorted out first? And because it's not going to be a nice exercise to do afterwards, because then the pauper's already hit the fan. Okay.
Yeah, okay. So as far as submitting to council's concerned, would there have to be two Form 1s or one SACAP registration form? Because I'm just a bit concerned about how council...
the person taking responsibility for the design legally, that's the person who submits Form 1 because he or she declares how the building regulations were satisfied. And that must be of a person with a category of registration that is allowed to do that type of work.
Okay, even if it's under supervision of another architect.
Yeah, because you're legally not entitled to do the work. And therefore, I just put the hat on of the insurer. The insurer is going to say you've taken a risk by doing work that's outside your scope. Although you've got supervision, you did not know us, you did not consult us in that fact that you're going to do it like that. So you've taken on a risk that we're not prepared to cover.
Okay.
That is
all
okay.
right. Thank you very much for that clarification, Franz.
Thank you, Claire. Munetsi, you can allow the next participant to pose a query. Okay. Johannes, the floor is yours.
Yes, excuse me. Thank you, Lucy. Thank you, Franz. Just a couple of things that I picked up in your presentation, Franz. Excuse me. You know, from 2016, what we picked up is that there is more emphasis on the qualification orientation rather than the skills orientation. So we unfortunately have a great number of highly qualified people, but very few skilled people. And I'm careful to say that, but this is unfortunately one of the things that we picked up over the years. Now, being in this environment from 1985, I think I can say this with ease. One of the things that we picked up over the years also is that I am not sure if all the role players in terms of the qualifications has been spoken to. I know that SACAP and the NQF and the QCTO for that matter spoke a lot to each other. But we also have to deal with the sectorial education and training authorities, or the CETAs as we know them, because there's a number of tasks that we do that we have to tie in with these people because they have their own special needs and their own environment in which they work. Then the other thing that we also picked up over the years, and this is a fairly gray area to us, is that there's a very fine margin between architectural work and civil work. so sometimes you are not very sure where do you draw the line in terms of the two environments. And what I try to say here is that, you know, we talk about a filling station, and then there's certain things that you look at a filling station, but if you erect a small little carport at the filling station, then you still have to fall in with a complete different category to get that small filling station going there. And then the third thing that I just have to ask the question, and Frans, maybe back to you, and it comes back to what Claire indicated just now. In terms of the indemnity, what we picked up from the municipalities and is good. They do ask for the indemnity, but we so often have a situation where, again, there is a gray area or a very fine line between, do they ask about the indemnity from the SACAP accredited draftsperson or architect, or do they refer to the EXA accredited engineer? Now I know that the EXA accredited engineer, that's a poor guy that takes all the hammering at the end. So should anything go wrong, they will most probably crucify that person. But is the indemnity for both parties, or do we just refer back to the accountable person when signing off the final project? Thank you, sir.
No,
Thank
the
you,
indemnity,
Johannes.
can I just answer this, Vizzy, regarding the last one? Indemnity is for the specific task that you have performed. So the engineer for civil, structural, fire, whatever type of mechanical work he have undertaken must be covered, because that is not an architectural duty per se. So therefore, that person who's doing the rational designs and submitting it on as part of the submission drawings to the local authority will have to take a responsibility for that, and have to have his or her own indemnity insurance. As architectural professional, yes, you have to have indemnity insurance, but your indemnity will only cover you for the architectural portion of the work. You're not going to have to take out cover to cover other individuals, because they have to have their own indemnity insurance.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so back to your first question, Johannes. I think it was also still addressed to Mr. Decker, which relates to qualification orientation compared to skill oriented. And you are finding that the player's qualification, and you spoke about the seaters and sectoral education. Did you want to answer that, Mr. Decker? The issue about qualifications?
May be limited. We are a profession. We put PR in front of our name, so there are certain requirements. I'm shitting out of the hip now. Certain requirements to be a professional and to be professionally registered, and that is where SAQA have got in certain requirements in place, like continuing professional education, etc. But SACAP and their wisdom is also have allowed to actually to look at skills and how you've developed your skills over a period of time, and that is where special consent and RPL then comes in, because that does not look at qualifications so much, but it looks at how is your skill level compared to a person that was trained in a formal institution. So is your outcome, your skills level outcome, similar to a person that have been trained in a university which actually has got the qualification and are then deemed to think before he or she do regarding that. So is your level of competencies on the same level, and that is what SACAP then do with special consent. So if you put in a special consent application or an RPL application, you will be judged on the skills level that you've built up over the years, and that will be measured, according to me, against what is the educational outcome of a person in that same professional field, where they actually look at your skills compared to the so-called skills that you have to have developed by actually studying and getting that qualification. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Decker. Mr. Governor, I see your hand is up. Do you want to also respond, or do you have a question?
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to add on to what Mr. Decker is saying, if that's okay.
Yes, that's fine, Mr. Governor.
If I could ask Franz to please flight that NQF slide so I can talk from there. So the question was about the CETAs and they have their additional requirements, but that slide will help. Franz, is it possible? Thanks. Yeah, thank you very much. If you can just zoom in a bit, if it's possible. If not, it's okay. So colleagues, what I'd like to point out is if we look at this diagram, there are three quality assurance councils or partners. That's Umalusi that takes care up to grade 12. Then you've got the QCTO, and the QCTO is the Qualifications Council for Trades and Occupations. Now, this is where the CETAs or the CETA's previous responsibilities would have fallen under. And if we look at the top arc, we can see that these are occupational qualifications. Then if you look at the black segment, the Council on Higher Education, CHE, we can see that they overlap the QCTO a bit. But as we move to NQF 8, NQF 9, NQF 10, we can see that there's different levels of educational qualifications. And when we then take these NQF 8 bachelor's, honors, post-degree, bachelor's degree, and we look at the higher educational qualification sub-framework, that then specifies how many hours or notional hours are required in terms of the educational, for the education and the assessment for those different qualifications. So what I'm pointing out here is that the CHE's responsibilities where SACA falls under in terms of education and the QCTO responsibilities for the occupational, they are varied, and architectural professionals or any of the built environment professionals as of yet do not fall under the QCTO requirements. So those SETA, the CETA requirements, actually focus on artisans, mostly artisans or trades or occupations within that type of space. Whereas the architectural profession, the engineering profession, quantity surveying, so on and so forth, they are all professional in nature, have a very specialized educational requirement. And in South Africa or around the world at the moment, architecture is governed by the Canberra Accord. And SACAP being a signatory to that, or South Africa wanting to admit our architectural professionals, specifically the architects, because that's what the Canberra Accord covers, we have certain competencies as was earlier described. So the CETAs have, I just want to point out the CETAs and their requirements have no bearing at this stage on the CHE requirements. I just wanted to clarify that point, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Johannes, I hope that's clear. You also queried the issue of overlaps or fine margin between work performed by architects and that which is performed by civil engineers, specifically relating to filling stations. Look, SACAP is aware about overlaps in terms of work that's performed by EXA registered persons and those registered within SACAP, issues of dual registration. We are engaging EXA to clarify any issues of concern relating to overlaps. We are also guided by CBE in terms of dual registration. So those fine margin or overlaps in the architectural and engineering space are noted. I hope that's it, Johannes.
Yes, I've got it like that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Muneti, you can allow other participants to... Okay, Lekram, Mr. Ramlal, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, Mr. Munetsi, Vusi Palani, Franz Decker, and Registrar. Thank you for this informative chapter of IDoW today. I think it opens up a lot of minds. I have two quick questions that I just want to run it very shortly. I'm concerned about basically earlier in your presentation, Vusi, you have indicated, and when you started, you said, you know, the struggle that was aligned in line with Section 22, and later I pick up when France had come in, and he indicated that, you know, as long as you could provide evidence of experience, you know, is where my question is related to. Firstly, I was hearing to Claire Cardwell and a few draftspersons who were saying that they are not allowed to do double-story buildings. If you look at the many townships are affected where property sizes are like 100 square meters, and if draftsmen, you know, are not allowed to do double-story buildings in these smaller properties of 100 square meters, there is no way you can actually do an addition. You have to go double-story, because the previously disadvantaged townships were affected and divided very small. So I think it would be very unfair not to allow draftsmen to do double-story buildings, because there is no other way. And these draftsmen mainly come from these, you know, geographical affected areas that where I can openly on a public statement say that the NBR was not applied. SAQA didn't even care about the architects who practiced and divided small properties to the non-white townships. So what I'm saying is SECAB has done very well in accommodating what I see as an advantage of skills level accommodation. I'm very happy with that. I support SECAB all the way, but I think when it comes to the draftsmen, because of these tiny properties, they should be allowed to do double-story buildings. That's my first question. The second point I want to just bring up very quickly, in short. Earlier, it was it was mentioned that in certain complexes, you know, professionals who are not architects were not allowed to do buildings because the administrative committee in that area comes out with their own rules and regulations that is not aligned with the IDoW. Now, I'm concerned that whilst SECAB accommodates the skills levels and whatever forward in moving, and I actually like this IDoW, but I believe that where architects who sit on the board and not allowing, you know, the lower categories to do work in these complexities are practicing against the code of conduct. And I think these architects should be brought to book, because they're bringing the architectural profession into disrepute by not allowing those that who were accommodated via the SECAB IDoW. Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Mr. Ramlal. Mr. Governor, I see your hand is up. Do you want to respond?
Yes, Chair. I just want to caution everyone when they're using the word draftsperson or professional architectural draftsperson. Mr. Decker did point out clearly there's the newly qualified. So in respect to this last speaker, it's clearly understood, and the way that land was apportioned and the realities on the street or on the ground do not match the requirements of compliance. So there's a few things that we have to consider. First, the professionals' protection. And as much as a person has capability to undertake double-story work, if they have not undertaken that work, then they obviously are confined with what they do. But if they're not a newly qualified and have the substantial experience, then those individuals are not restricted, because they can either do a Section 26 under the supervision of another person taking responsibility, or they apply for special consent with their current portfolio, or they apply for RPL. So no one is restricted, And the people that are impacted, there are definitely people that are impacted who may have missed those opportunities, but those need to be brought to mind that number one, newly qualified are not educated and trained in that work. And number two, those with sufficient experience and missed opportunities need to quickly undertake those applications so they can then undertake that work. And then with regards to the person sitting on the boards and the anti-competitive practice, we as the IDoW committee have discussed it. SACAP has put out notices to the different estates as and when the issues cropped up, and it is an anti-competitive behavior that is being addressed on a case-by-case basis, as far as I'm aware. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Mr. Ramlal, is that clear, or do you seek further clarity?
No, I think that is clear. Yes, I agree when France had indicated we were talking about provide evidence, and he was referring to the new incoming as well. I have no problem with that. It's just my concern was that when the current geographical areas that are with these smaller properties that are affected, where draftsmen could not who live in that area and cannot do the work because they're now being deprived from the IDoW. Where was SEQA at that time? What action has SEQA or any other authority has taken to those that have divided these townships that were not socially developed? And this is the problem we're having. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramlal. With regards to architects in townships and your concern with them being allowed to do double story because of restricted land and issues of not having any viable alternatives apart from building double story. Your recommendation is noted, and I'll take your message to council. But again, newly qualified, would not be able to deal with high complexity structures. Okay, so the next person on my screen is Philip. Philip, the floor is yours.
Good day, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
That's good. I just got a question. Does the IDoW make provisions for as-built documents? I know most of the municipalities or local authorities don't recognize an as-built as such as in the past. Like a secondary school, I'm only an architectural draftsman. But if a school, like a secondary school with a multi-story, want to do an as-built, there's no rational design or anything involved. Can we do something like that?
Okay. Can I request one of the committee members to respond to the issue of as-builts?
Yes, Chair. As-builts, there's no design involved, but basically you provide a record, so anybody can do such type of work on condition that there's no design work involved. If you do an as-built and it is required to do maybe something to comply then with the MBR later on, that means that you will do design work and then the IDoW kick in. But if it's a pure record drawing, a drawing done for record purposes, etc., that's an as-built, and there's no competency required for that apart from operating a CAD program. So therefore, anybody can do that, and that was quite often discussed at the LSD application as well, where people have submitted as-builts, and the criteria or what we've used in that is because it wasn't that person's design, you couldn't get that category, but he or she was indeed told that if it was just a pure as-built, you can do that because you just create a record of what is there. And that can be done these days with so many artificial intelligence or computer software, that the question of errors in an as-built is basically zero. So it's not required to have any category of register or specific category of registration to submit an as-built. But if there's any design attached to that, then the IDFW will kick in.
Okay. Just to add to my question then, so how do I submit the plans? Do I submit it as new, meaning red walls, or do I submit it as showing it as built with white walls, for instance?
I think there you will have to consult your BCO on what he or she requires for that to be done. But because it's already existing building work, the NBR states it must be non-colored.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Philip. Can we have the next participant, Vet Boy?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, I posted questions in the chat and I'm still not answered. I would have to agree with the previous
Yeah,
callers.
Vet Boy, your line isn't quite clear. Can you speak into the mic?
Is it better now?
Yeah, proceed.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw the news in my chat, and I think there was some sort of answer to it, but I'm not happy with it because as much as I agree with everyone else and that SACAP is doing something from where we came from, I feel like stuff was done backwards and we're trying to make things fit in now. Because if you look at this IDoW, gosh, yeah, if you look at our accredited learning sites, you have the same subjects that you would do as an architect, and who has gone and done the work to verify what was actually done, not just in the title, for instance, if it's history of architecture, and UCT calls it history and theory of architecture, and you are taught by a professional architect in both institutes. You know, who has actually gone through that work, what was actually taught there. And then if you go on to construction and detailing, theory of design, office practice, studio work, etc. And then now, this is then followed up by with SACAP coming in and saying you write the exam, you write the same exam as an architect, and therefore you're now professionally registered, you can now do work. And you do the same first paper, second paper, if I can remember correctly. You know, so for me, these things are, and then the administrative burden on this now comes back to you as the person that have to prove now your evidence based on something that wasn't built properly. And I mean, there could even be an argument that between all the architectural learning sites, that you do get different lecturers, different experience, and different ways of teaching. That does influence that subset of years, as much as we have a framework that everyone is governed by. And if I even look at the work that's produced by senior architectural technologists, and especially after years, friends of mine who has applied for further studies, and if you look at the thesis, the extensive work you have to put in, it's like where is the real difference if we're going to do what we're doing here? And then the other possible thing is, like, if you're an architect, it's not like you designed the topology of a double-story building. This has come before everyone on the call, everyone that's has the PhD or high up in hierarchy. You know, it's we all apply ourselves. We have got so many regulations, standards, prior learnings that we're applying all the time for me, it's very, very difficult. Even if I look at like the one was substations over there, and when I first did a substation, I had to learn, you know, and then I applied myself. No one taught me. So it's for me, it's yeah, it's yeah. I've got a and you know, if you're passionate about architecture, you spend a lot of time. You are different to others as well, you know. And where's the experience? Where's your application coming in?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vetboy. So your query or rather comment is you're not satisfied with the response which was given earlier because the accredited learning sites, they are the same subjects given, well, not necessarily the same number of credits and the same number of years. It's not the same NQF level, but you are arguing that the accredited learning sites have the same such subjects which are taught by the same professional architects who teach at these various institutions. You also have to write a PPE exam, which is the same as the architect, but you're not seeing the real difference between the work performed by a lower category and that done by a higher category. Uh, 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 so really the issue you are raising is it's not fair on draftsmen not to design simple double stories because a lot of the work you've done, including substations, you've had to do through trial and error and experience. And really what we are saying here is, you know, for you to be able to do specific types of buildings, particularly those with higher impact to social, cultural environment, which leads again to Section 22 of the Constitution, regulators need to ensure that suitably qualified people or competent person is appointed to do that specific work so as to protect the environment and protect the environment for future generations. So I hear the point you're saying about same education, but it's not necessarily the same because the number of years you would have spent as a draftsperson in a profession, it's not the same. It's not the same. Even the validated courses, what's presented to SACAP isn't the same.
I agree with you 100%, and of course, the lower down, if I have to use that word now, you go down the scale, that does maybe become more the case. But if you add the experience, if you add being a senior architectural technologist, things start to change a lot. And unfortunately, like I said, no architect has created the typology. You know, the substation example is things that have been built in this country for years. You know, and that's yeah. And yeah, there's a lot of nuances, of course, 100% with what is taught and where there's gray areas, what things are kind of equal. And I feel that is what's causing this whole thing not lining up properly and indirectly causing a competition discrimination, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Voetboy, I'm agreeing with you. With experience, certainly, one can deal with a lot more complex structures. But as regulator, you need to come forth and say, I'm competent to do a substation. You must demonstrate. You need to go through an assessment process so that you're granted exemption and given a certificate of competence and continue doing that work. Unlike a newly qualified person. Okay, but I note your concern, Mr. Bradboy, and I hope we've dealt with it. Mr. Decker?
Yeah, I just want to add to what you've just said, Vuzi. Remember, the IDoW and what that was presented here today, what you can and cannot do, is based on if you get a qualification today. If you step out of that educational institution, what were you tested on to do? Can I just ask the person just to mute himself because he's got a lot of background in my ears at the moment?
Mr. Bradboy? Okay. Please,
Oh,
yeah.
thank you. Okay. Sounds like much better. Yeah. So what we see in the IDFW is for newly qualified persons. With other words, yes, you might have the same lecturer, you might have the same course, but the number of hours and the outcome is different, what you would teach. And therefore, the number of years that you experience then afterwards and that you have basically do self-training and have done a lot of research, that do count then when it comes to special consent and RPL applications to advance you further. It is not just because and I found it quite often that people think, oh, I've practiced now for 5 years, so therefore I have to be upgraded. You have first to have to come and show whatever regulator it is that you indeed have, let's say, self-qualified you in the meantime with the self-experience to get to be on the same outcome level as what a newly qualified person on the higher category will be today. And I see that a lot of people still do not see that the IDFW is based on new qualifications that you obtain today. If you have done it 20 years ago, or if you work for 20 years and through experience got registered in a category in a certain category, that was based on what you have submitted to SACP at that stage, especially between 2000 and 2006, before compulsory registration kicked in. Of what you had to obtain and to prove to SACP what you can and cannot do. So again, I just want to highlight here, the IDFW is based on newly qualified people and does not talk to the OPA of the draftspersons today that got a lot of qualifications. And therefore, SACP have put the other systems in place to make sure that it's fair for that person not to go back to college or to university to study again, but through experience then gain recognition and then upgrade or get special consent. Thanks.
Thank you. I received a message from Councillor Bingham, who sits on SACP board, and he's indicating that all accredited architectural learning sites are visited by SACP every 4 years, and the standard of work and teaching is evaluated by SACP. There were a number of concerns raised by participants relating to, in this day and age in South Africa, how is it that draftsmen aren't allowed to do simple double story? Because surely with experience, they ought to be allowed to do simple double stories. So I'm noting that recommendation because we do accredit these architectural learning sites and the education that's offered there and the outcome we would like to see as SACP, especially for draftspersons who are excluded from doing simple double stories. It's something that we need to look into as SACP. Mr. Vetboy, I hope that's all your questions. I mean, are they?
part and parcel, but yeah.
Thank you. All right, colleagues. Okay, I think we'll take a last one from Eugene, and then we'll close. The time now is 13:48. Eugene, the floor is yours.
Hi there. Thank you. Most of my questions were answered by the other guests. It's just one question is, when you have another person, like when you, so I'm as a draft person, now need to go to somebody on a higher level to have them sign off my plan. Is that constitutional?
Section 26 of the Architectural Act, subsection 4, allows for unregistered persons to work under supervision. Similarly, those who are doing work which falls outside their scope may do that work in collaboration, under supervision, under the auspice of a higher category of registration. The question you are asking, whether is that constitutional, is it anti-competitive, or is it something that's acceptable? In my view, it is acceptable because it allows for everyone to continue trading. If you look at Section 22 of the Constitution, everyone has a right to trade, and that occupation or trade may be regulated by a council. So essentially what I'm saying, doing work in collaboration, joint ventures, there's nothing wrong with that, especially when it aims at transforming the profession, when it aims at your bread and butter issues, making sure that you can do the work under supervision of someone who's going to take professional responsibility for that design. Is that clear?
It's more of a question that is, say someone's rights is removed, and by removing that person's rights, that person now needs to go to someone else so that he can have those rights back to submit.
Yeah, look, it's not necessarily.
Is that competitive?
No, I think you are.
Because I am a registered person, so I understand that non-registered persons.
Yeah.
I fully understand it, and I'm okay with that. But I'm a registered person, and I've jumped through the hoops now for as long as I can know. I mean, I've been to all these courses and all these, and I watch programs on design and on all these things on a daily basis, trying to up my, my skills. So what I'm saying is that I feel that if you're going to remove the rights, it's like me walking to my house one day and somebody tells me, you're no longer allowed to live here.
Yeah.
Do you understand the impact on how a person feels, how draftsmen feel? Because that's the level of this law at the moment.
Yeah, look, I think you are, let's not misconstrue a right to trade with being qualified to do the work. Because what you're saying, I'm not qualified to do a hospital, but I have a right to design a hospital.
No, don't get me wrong. Like, I used to love that 500 square meters because it literally put me in that little label. I am a draftsperson. I can design up to 500 square meters. I am restricted. And I mean, I told my clients this and they were like happy, and I know where I could go. Now I have a bunch of regulations and laws it's been drawn up in such a way that the person that looks at my drawings, it's up to him to interpret, am I qualified? Or you know, or I just have a bad conversation with the BCO and he can say, no, your registration don't allow you this. It puts us in the framework that there's no true, genuine, 100% guideline that says, or the law doesn't really cover us in a way that if we draw something that somebody can say, we feel you're not qualified for this.
Yeah. Thank you, Eugene. Mr. Governor, do you want to respond to the query? I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so it seems that the last speaker has an issue where he was undertaking work of a particular nature, particular size, and that is now not compatible or available in the current IDoW, let alone the updated IDoW. So I would highly recommend that RP applies for special consent because he may have missed the opportunity for special dispensation, which could have given him that same opportunity as he was currently practicing in his own practice if he was the principal. And the opportunity now that's available, there's basically, I think, 3 of them. One is a special consent, to apply for special consent on what he was doing, and he has the evidence. So as long as he has the evidence, the municipality stamp, the approvals, there should be nothing stopping him from creating that pack. The only things that I recall that are required are there to demonstrate that SACAP 10 competencies in those applications so that he can then be given that exemption or permission to continue. So he's not restricted. The IDoW, just to clarify the whole 500 square meters, was that the Competition Commission or whoever asked, so what's the difference between 500 and 501 square meters? And when we look at the whole act, the Architectural Act, it's all about registering somebody that's deemed competent against a standard. And unfortunately, the standards have been set according to educational qualifications. And those educational qualifications are based on the Canberra Accord. So the RP can then do a special consent application, RPL application, and if he does not meet certain requirements or has gaps, he's got a section 26(4), where even though he's registered, he still works in a joint venture with someone else that signs off and takes responsibility. So he's creating his portfolio for those aspects or works where there may be a gap in his RPL or special consent application. So he's not restricted. It's just that as we've become more aware and more sensitized to the changes in the constitutional application, in laws, in court cases and stuff like that, that the IDoW has to progress. It has to take all the feedback into consideration and it has to evolve to be relevant. And so is the application of the various sections of the Architectural Act. So that's my contribution, Chair. Thanks.
Yeah, one last thing. Yes, I hear what you're saying and I understand it. But at the same time, it is we were registered. I mean, all draftsmen were registered. We were registered with you guys. We were found as professional, competent people. And when it came to the point that all boats could be lifted with the tide, you decided no, draftspersons are not. You're not part of that tide. And I feel that is highly unfair and also very anti-competitive. And I mean, if you go buy a shoe at Pep stores, you buy a shoe at Gucci, it doesn't matter. It's the label that the people chase. So if we're selling Pep stores and we're selling Gucci's, there's still sales going on. But when you start telling people that they look, what you did before, you're no longer qualified, we can't do it. We feel because we want to introduce a new law, which is very, I mean, it's not very clear. It's very opinion-based, the way I look at it. And most of those things that what was brought up, it's all backed by, we just need to do research. We need to make sure that we appoint the right people. When it comes to fire plans, you appoint the fire chief. When it comes to engineering, you appoint the engineer. Interior decorator, you appoint the interior decorator. We have all those skills as much as anybody else that is registered at SACAP. And as draftspeople, I think you guys should think about raising us with the tide and not making us pay exorbitant amounts of money at the end of the day, trying us. It's basically just, hey, I'm going to make a law. I'm going to hold a gun against your head. I'm going to make you pay for it. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugene.
Sorry for that.
Mr. Governor, do you want to respond? Maybe just to
Yes,
conclude.
yes, Chair. I just want to clarify for the last speaker as well as the listeners, is that Mr. Decker pointed it out, and when we did our research um, with regards to this whole draftsperson terminology, we're actually referring to newly qualified. When we go to the SACAP 10 competencies, it refers to candidates. So the last speaker may have been a person that's got 5, 10, 15, 20 years experience. But unfortunately, without having applied for the limited special dispensation or special consent, he himself has aligned himself with a newly qualified person because he missed those deadlines. So I would recommend that we must understand where this limitation came from. It's not to restrict the previous draftspersons who's got extensive experience. It was unfortunately for protection of the public to make sure the person who's doing a 1-year certificate, who's only learning the basics of drafting skills, to make sure that they don't end up designing a structure or applying for approvals that can then endanger the public. So the newly qualified draftsperson is a different person from those with extensive experience, and that's what we must really take away from this last comment and conversation, is that are we forcing ourselves to be aligned to the newly qualified, or how do we differentiate ourselves and continue undisrupted? So I think that's where some more education perhaps needs to take place, Chair, as well as the
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Colleagues, the time now is 1 minute to 2 o'clock, and we've come to the end of the webinar. I would like to thank all our participants for sitting in this presentation to look into the status of IDoW policy document and how far we've come. This process also allows us as SACAP to consult extensively with yourselves as RPs and anyone who's affected by the regulations that are concerning the industry. So I would like to thank you all. All your comments have been noted. If you have further queries, complaints, concerns, please email those to IDoW, that's IDoW at sacapsa.com, so that we can deal with any of the concerns you may have pertaining to IDoW. Colleagues, I thank you. It's been an honor to be here, be in front of the profession and present the work that I'm doing. I greatly appreciate this opportunity. Thank you to all our participants and the panelists. Thank you, colleagues. The webinar is now officially closed. Thank you.
Everything's done, eh? Yeah, it's done. So let's end the exam. So because of time, I'm ending the exam. Now done, and I'm closing it. So because of time, I just want to wait for the system to generate the report. And then tomorrow. I will download and distribute. Yes, and those who don't want to.
Yeah, that's
wait.
to
Yeah.
on your late.
Yeah. This is what's a non-tab. Can you call Sfanele and Abongile to come beside?
No, because I think they are still eating, but then
Yeah.